rains. And it's not rained in Nairobi for the last 1 month. It rained this morning. That tells me this is monumental. And it is a science of my people. When I buried my father, it was a dry season. And then immediately after we buried him, it rained. That science works. When I married my wife, it rained. So I knew it was going to be a good marriage. So I'm sure if you reflect on your personal life, perhaps it has rained at significant events in your life. I have a good feeling that this Africa Climate Summit will be monumental. It will be groundbreaking. I bring the apologies, but also the greetings from the Speaker of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. The reason why senators are not present is because the Senate is in session as we speak. We have a special sitting to consider amendments to the Climate Change Act. Kenya has been praised for having a very progressive Climate Change Act, and there have been further amendments that have been introduced, part of which is to provide a framework for carbon markets, carbon trading in Kenya. Of course, there are a few other areas that the amendment has touched on, but because the debate is going on the floor of the Senate right now, I will withdraw my opinions on the amendment bill. If it was not for the special sitting, we would have had a huge number of senators, and the Speaker of the Senate himself would have been here. Distinguished delegates, the speakers of both houses, the National Assembly and the Senate, would also wish to extend an invitation to honorable members to join them on the 4th of September for a side event which has been described as Parliamentarians Dialogue. And part of those who will be discussing joining the speaker, I've seen my sister Jacqueline from the East Africa Legislative Assembly. Jacqueline has been spearheading some efforts to bring together parliamentarians under the Africa Parliamentarians Network on Climate Action. On the 6th of September, the speakers of both houses would also be hosting members of parliament from across Africa to further the dialogue, and these will be held within the chambers of the National Assembly from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening. And a number of speakers, including the former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, have confirmed their attendance. Again, my sister Jacqueline and Dr. Mafo from Ghana are part of those who will be leading the conversations. I have been sent with a very detailed written speech. And as a messenger, my job is to read it as it is. Otherwise, the speaker might declare me to be out of order with the attendant consequences. Let me then go straight to the remarks by the Right Honorable Amason Jeffa Kingi, Speaker of the Senate Republic of Kenya, at the opening session of the African Parliamentary Dialogue on the sidelines of the Africa Climate Summit in Nairobi on Thursday, August the 31st of 2023. His Excellency Franco Ango Dutume, Vice President, Pan-African Parliament, the Right Honorable Moses Wetangula, the Speaker, National Assembly, His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Ibrahim Nasser, COP27 Presidency Climate Envoy from Egypt, His Excellency Ambassador Josepha Sako, AU Commissioner, Dr. Mithika Mwenda, Executive Director, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, honorable members of African parliaments present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, I welcome you all to this parliamentary dialogue here in Nairobi, Kenya. This forum constitutes an important side event to the Africa Climate Summit to be hosted by Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Chair of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change from September 4th to 6th of 2023. The Nairobi Summit maintains the sequence of transformative events that started with the COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, followed by the third Parliamentarian Summit on Climate Policy and Equity in Midrand, South Africa, and heading to the upcoming COP28 in the United Arab Emirates in December 2023. Among other critical indicators, the summit loudly proclaims the priority that African heads of states are according matters of climate change and the escalating challenges it poses and the consequent global and continental ramifications. I wish to commend His Excellency William Ruto for the firm commitment, enthusiasm, and unwavering focus that he has accorded the matter of climate change and the need for a concerted and resounding voice from Africa on this topical issue. Ever since His Excellency assumed leadership of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, and with the support of like-minded colleagues, he has effectively escalated discourse on Africa, on matters of climate action, and the unstoppable renaissance dream at the global stage with positive outcomes. His inspiring speech at the Midrand Summit, which the Speaker of the Senate attended and which was organized by PACJA and Pan-African Parliament, left no doubt as to his vision for the continent and the approach we should adopt in articulating its agenda to the global stage. Cumulatively, the Midrand Summit contributed to galvanizing a critical mass of stakeholders capable of catalyzing broad support for pro-poor, just, equitable, locally led, and science-based decisions in the implementation of nationally determined contributions and overall climate action. On its part, the parliamentary dialogue which we commence today promises to provide another critical platform for adding impetus to ongoing initiatives to find solutions to issues affecting Africa from a parliamentary perspective. This forum seeks to align the efforts of legislatures with international decisions and declarations and underscore the imperative of coalesced action in boldly confronting the climate crisis. The key objectives of the parliamentary dialogue have been clearly outlined by the moderator of this session. To this extent, we anticipate robust and insightful deliberations that will culminate in a firm resolve that will constitute the Nairobi Declaration to be read at the end of the Africa Climate Summit. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the convening of this parliamentary dialogue under the theme giving effect to Pan-African Parliament's resolutions and recommendations on climate policy and equity in Africa clearly reflects the unstoppable march towards a new way of doing things in Africa and keeping a parliamentary finger on the pulse of socio-economic dynamics in our beloved continent. This is both timely and for a very noble cause. For a long time, Africa has been confined to occupying a ringside seat and assuming a peripheral posture as matters that touch on its very survival and future of its populations are debated at the global stage. This, in spite of the fact that Africa is a vastly endowed continent that should be calling the shots in the global scheme of things. With a population of 1.4 billion, based on the latest UN estimates, Africa accounts for 17.9% of the total world population, second only to Asia at 59.7%. Though Africa accounts for 2.8% of the world GDP in nominal terms, the comparison with other continents pales into insignificance when we look at what Africa brings to the table in terms of resources and potential. In 2019, the continent produced almost 1 billion tons of minerals worth $406 billion. According to the United Nations, Africa is home to about 30% of the world's mineral reserves, 12% of the world's oil, and 8% of the world's natural gas reserves. Despite this sobering reality, our continent has, more often than not, been left holding the short end of the stick in global negotiations that apportion socioeconomic and even geopolitical benefits. This state of affairs must change. Africa must be at the heart of every global engagement and undertakings that have a bearing on its interests and the interests of its people. And it starts with the leadership in the continent, appreciating our cumulative and determining to persistently leverage the same to advance African interests in all spheres of engagements, including on climate change and climate action. I note that this is finally happening in Africa. We are on the threshold of a new dawn in Africa, a dawn characterized by bold, energized, and visionary leadership, keen to aggressively negotiate and fight for Africa at the highest level and at whatever. We in Kenya are happy to have our President William Ruto as one of the faces of this new leadership outlook that the continent has for decades yearned for, to champion pursuit of the great African dream. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, for a long time, the voice of African parliamentarians has stood out as the missing link in our endeavor to articulate the interests of our continent more stringently at the global level. The consequence is that executives personified by our heads of states and governments have been left to carry a disproportionately heavy and unfair share of the burden in driving the African agenda. Without the much needed support and backup of us has come with major drawbacks. The consequence has been a continent operating at half throttle in agitating for its rights. It has been denied the comparative advantage that comes with leveraging political influence in pivotal global engagements. Time has come for parliamentarians in Africa to stop this joyride. We have to disembark from this roller coaster and take up our deserved position. We must fully embrace and be part of this paradigm shift. With the support of progressive leadership we now have in the continent, we must bring the full force of parliamentarians' influence and unity of purpose, better known as parliamentary diplomacy, to bear on this situation for impactful outcomes. These will be critical for the success of climate action, as well as in other endeavors such as peace building, conflict resolution, economic negotiations, and in the fluid sphere of geopolitics. In the context of our gathering here, I must acknowledge that nothing accords us a better opportunity to launch our transit from a largely passive role to a more active and influential one than the unfolding scenario presented by climate change and the ongoing global effort to craft appropriate mitigative responses. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, allow me to reiterate the commitment of the parliamentary fraternity to support the great work being done by the African heads of states in prioritizing climate action. We are well aware of the robust debate that is ongoing with regard to key aspects of climate action going forward, particularly on the matter of adaptation, building resilience in our populations, and ensuring sustainability of our economy through deliberate green practices. As partners in this endeavor, parliamentarians are ready to add their voice to the efforts to find pragmatic solutions to these challenges and developing the right legislative mechanisms and legal frameworks for addressing them. We need to work in concert to prepare our continent for a quantum leap that will facilitate seamless transition to a green economy. Significantly, with regard to climate action financing, we must go all out to ensure our continent, with its inexhaustible carbon sinks, limitless green energy potential, and latent capacity for emission-free industrial production and manufacturing, gets commensurate compensation for these in the carbon credit business arrangement. We must therefore fully embrace a Pan-African approach to bolster our position and broaden our alertness to ensure we are not shortchanged. Anything short of this would undermine our collective resolve and amount to mortgaging the future of Africa and our people. As parliamentarians, we look forward to adding our voice to the Nairobi Declaration and support its implementation to demonstrate that when it comes to climate action and all the variables that define it, we speak in one voice, and that is the voice of Africa. On behalf of the Speaker of the Senate, I thank you. And on behalf of the Speaker of the Senate and the Speaker of the National Assembly, I reiterate our invitation to the side event for parliamentary dialogue that will be held on the 4th of September from 2:30 to 3:30, and the parliamentary dialogue that will be hosted in the chambers of the National Assembly on September the 6th from 9 to 5 p.m. You are all welcome. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for those kind words. We keep assuring you as civil society that we'll continue to work with our representatives to make sure that all positions that are taken at every space by and on behalf of Africa actually represents the aspirations and needs of the continent, and not those that are dictated on us by others. With that assurance, I'd like to recognize the presence in this hall of the Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Somalia, the Honorable Abdullahi Omar Abshiro. Honorable Speaker, can you just, okay. And parliamentarians from Somalia. You're all welcome here. Also like to recognize the presence of the chair of Climate Change Caucus in the Kenyan Parliament, Madam Charity. Sometimes we call her Comrade Charity because she's been with us in this space forever. So she just came in, and Madam would like to recognize your presence here. Ladies and gentlemen, the Pan-African Parliament is the parliament of Africans. Pan-African Parliament is the official institution that has the voices of all Africans wherever you are. The Pan-African Parliament has been in this for as long as I can remember. The Pan-African Parliament, and with the parliamentarians of nations, have worked together over the years to come to this point where the African voice is heard at all levels. That is the reason we're here. PACJA is partnering with the Pan-African Parliament to have this. Now, I'd like to invite Senator John Bideri, who has been with us in the civil society and has chaired this Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance for over 2 years and left and went to the Senate of Rwanda. He's here in his capacity as the chairperson of the Pan-African Parliament Committee, Trade and Customs and Immigration Matters, to give the opening speech on behalf of the Pan-African Parliament. Am I correct? Comrade John, may I call you comrade because you still remain our comrade? Thank you.
Thank you, Augustine, for those very good remarks about me. Honorable colleagues, Honorable Martha Wangari from the National Assembly of Kenya, representing the Speaker of Kenya, Honorable Moses Kajwang, Honorable Senator representing the Speaker of the Senate, the Executive Director of Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, Comrade Dr. Mithika, honorable members of parliament from the national parliaments, Yala, the Pan-African Parliament, the Parliament of Somalia, which recognize the Deputy Speaker of the United Republic of Somalia, members of PACJA, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say I'm very excited to be here to reconnect with my old colleagues in the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. I was with them actually from 2008 until 2019. And like Augustine mentioned, I was also the chair of PACJA for 2 years, I think slightly more than 2 years. So I want to thank you for inviting me here again. Allow me to ask my colleagues from the Pan-African Parliament who are here to stand up for recognition. We have a very big delegation from the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, and that shows how much we are committed to this partnership with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. Thank you so much. We also have a very big group of staff, very senior staff from the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. Kindly stand up. So Pan-African Parliament, I'll confuse the two because I belong to both of them. Kindly stand up for recognition. These are very important staff and they make our work much easier. Kindly sit down, thank you. So really, I'm standing here on behalf of the third Vice President of the Pan-African Parliament, who has not been able to come here in person because of other commitments back at home. So the speech that I'm going to read is basically her speech, and I hope I'll be able to read it as expected. So it's with great pleasure that I take the floor today in this very important forum that has brought together the parliamentarians and the civil society, and allow me to really express my sincere gratitude to the organizers, the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, for partnering with the Pan-African Parliament and for bringing together a large number of participants that are participating in this particular conference. So we want to thank you for this partnership, which has been on for quite a while. This large presence of participants is a testament to the importance that has been attached to this two-day dialogue. It not only reflects the high expectations and hopes that we and African citizenry at large have from this engagement in our effort towards addressing the challenges posed by climate change in Africa, but also adds impetus of the African voice to the global climate agenda. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, the Pan-African Parliament was established as an organ of the African Union to ensure the full participation of the African peoples in the development and economic integration of the continent. The Parliament was also created to provide popular participation and representation of African peoples in decision-making, good governance, oversight, accountability, and transparency, a role that we play as a parliament that represents the African people, the people of this continent, beautiful continent of Africa. In line with this noble role, the Pan-African Parliament has provided fora to facilitate dialogue of African citizenry on issues that affect the continent, including those related to climate change. This is why the Pan-African Parliament, in collaboration with the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, convened the third Parliamentarian Summit on climate policy and equity at the Pan-African Parliament precincts in Midrand, Johannesburg, South Africa in May 2023. And I would like to take this opportunity to again thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. Ruto, for having graced this summit. The objectives of the summit were to, among others, identify a common African agenda in the global stocktake process and in the countdown to COP28, and the role parliamentarians can play in the process. The role parliamentarians can play in the process, and to provide parliamentary backup and scrutiny of the climate change actions and policies, innovative sectoral responses such as agriculture, adaptation, and a just energy transition and mobility. The outcomes of the summit included mobilizing all parliamentarians in Africa to undertake legislative and oversight actions to ensure effective implementation of national climate policies and plans and their alignment with the Sustainable Development Goals. Agenda 2063 and the Paris Agreement and intensifying efforts towards strengthening climate change laws to ensure the relevance and responsiveness of African national laws with emerging climate change realities in line with the international and African Union policy and legal frameworks. Honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, those of us that were present at the summit, we recall the robust keynote speech delivered by His Excellency President Ruto, President of the Republic of our host country, Kenya, in which he called upon African parliamentarians to ensure that Africa is not confined to only manage the climate change problem, but must also position itself to contribute towards providing climate change solutions as well. It is indeed gratifying to note that the summit also adopted resolutions and recommendations that align with His Excellency Ruto's carry-on, called all the stakeholders, and particularly African parliamentarians, as the voice of the African population, to engage in and strengthen collaboration with other stakeholders in the climate change dialogue in order to create awareness on the climate change crisis within the continent and to engage with the local communities to mobilize support for climate action. Of particular importance, one of the resolutions mandated the Pan-African Parliament to develop a model law on climate change, which in my considered view is an important step in strengthening the continent's response to the climate change challenge. I'm happy to report that the committee responsible in the Pan-African Parliament has started the process of developing the model law, and hopefully it will be adopted very soon. I wish to conclude once again expressing sincere gratitude to the organizers for a well thought out arena to mobilize African parliamentarian voices around the resolutions and recommendations made on climate justice and equity as an avenue through which the global climate agenda for a sustainable future will be achieved, in particular in Africa, as well as the world at large. I have no doubt that through this forum, we as parliamentarians will be equipped with the necessary knowledge and skill sets to add impetus to previous climate action efforts, as well as to the African voice on the global climate agenda. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Senator John Bideri. And we are glad to note that the process of a model law on climate change has kickstarted. In our recent opinion, we think many African countries are finding it difficult to kickstart the process. And once we have a kind of model law at Africa's parliament, it will inspire and encourage the different parliaments, to adopt fit for the purpose laws and acts in their own countries, depending on the context. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are soon drawing to the end of this opening ceremony, but we can't go for coffee break without having a photo session to immortalize this very important moment. I'd like to call on Charles and Fidel to come and give us directions on how the photo session will take place. And thereafter, we'll just have coffee. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Augustine Jamshi. So we are going to take a group photo outside. We'll be guided by Fidel. Fidel is actually standing by the door. Once we take a group photo, we are welcome for a cup of tea, water, coffee, a chocolate, or whatever you'd prefer. And then we are going to reconvene here at midday, at 12 noon, so that we can continue the program. Sorry, we are a little bit behind the schedule, but we can promise that we will, of course, redeem the lost time. Thank you so very much. You're welcome. Hello. May I kindly request all those who are outside, kindly get back. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to continue with the second part of the program. And we are 2 hours behind schedule, so I want to kindly request that you come back. Let's get back so that we can progress with the rest of the program. All right, ladies and gentlemen, kindly come back to the hall. Those of us who are still outside, kindly, let's come back to the hall. All right, as those who are outside come back, I want to take this opportunity to invite Honorable Zuru Menyani, all the way from Zambia. And Honorable Zuru is going to lead us in the next session, where we'll be reflecting really on the critical objectives of this meeting. But again, we'll also be looking at the recommendations and the resolutions that were arrived at during the last climate summit in South Africa. So he's going to take us through that. I also want to invite Honorable Barakat. Honorable Barakat, who will also be introduced appropriately, by the moderator of this particular session. So Honorable Zuru, you may take the floor and control the program from there.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, understand we are dealing with a very complex and the thing which has hit us as a continent. And the good part is that the brains here are the ones to find the solution, because God has blessed us as a continent with all the brains we need to solve the problems we are facing. My duty here is it's very simple. Is to invite my chair of our committee at PAP, Committee on Rural Economy, Agriculture, and National Resources, to take through our resolution, which we had in May this year at PAP. And my appeal again, I know everyone wants the climate change justice now, not tomorrow. The world, the developed nations have hit us so much. What we contribute to the greenhouse, it's very little, maybe less than 5% as a continent, but we are the most affected. Where we are here in Kenya, I think you, our colleagues here, you are feeling the impact of our climate change. So as we fight this thing called climate change, let's see to it that we put our efforts together. And as we welcome our chair, my vice chairman for the committee, who is going to give us the insights of our resolution. Can we give him a big hand? Thank you. Chair, it's your turn.
Thank you, Honorable Zulu. Good morning to everyone. This is me, I'm French speaking. It is easy for me to speak in French. That's why I will proceed in French. Thank you very much. Je vais présenter en remplacement, en tout cas, du président de la Commission de l'agriculture, de l'économie rurale, de l'environnement et des ressources naturelles, Dr Didier Moulichot, qui n'a pas pu nous rejoindre ici. Donc, au nom du président, je vais vous présenter les objectifs du dialogue parlementaire et les résolutions, recommandations sur la politique et l'équité suite au sommet, en tout cas, du 16 au 17 mai 2023, qui a eu lieu au Parc. Donc, l'exposé va suivre le plan suivant. L'exposé va suivre le plan suivant. Un rappel des buts. Next.
Sorry for this interruption. Kindly, translation gadgets are on your table. And kindly confirm that translation is working as Honorable continues.
Donc, je vais suivre. Je vais poursuivre le plan de l'exposé. C'est rappel du but et des objectifs du dialogue parlementaire. Donc, il y aura la présentation de 2 résolutions. L'une sera par rapport à la politique climatique et l'équité en Afrique. La deuxième résolution concerne le soutien à la taxe sur les transactions financières pour l'action climatique et une recommandation sur la politique climatique et l'équité en Afrique. Next. Le but et objectif du dialogue parlementaire. L'objectif est de mobiliser et d'harmoniser les efforts parlementaires des parlements africains autour des résolutions et recommandations sur la justice et l'équité climatique comme moyen d'influencer l'agenda climatique mondial pour un avenir durable pour l'Afrique et le monde. Deuxième point, les objectifs. Nous aurons plusieurs objectifs. Sensibiliser les parlementaires africains et autres parties prenantes concernées sur les résultats et résolutions, recommandations du 3e sommet parlementaire, 3e sommet panafricain parlementaire sur la politique et l'équité climatique, et qui a eu l'honneur, en tout cas, nous avons accueilli, en tout cas, ce sommet a été, le président du Kenya en tout cas, a été l'invité d'honneur de ce sommet, M. Honorable William Ruto. Deuxième objectif, doter les parlements africains des connaissances et outils et stratégies nécessaires pour une contribution et une influence positive sur les événements et les politiques, les actions climatiques mondiaux et régionaux, en particulier pour élaborer et soutenir la recommandation commune à intégrer dans la déclaration du sommet africain sur le climat et à la prochaine fois. Concevoir, troisième objectif, concevoir les stratégies parlementaires communes et partager les meilleures pratiques pour placer les décisions internationales sur le climat au premier plan de l'agenda national, régional et internationales et combler les lacunes de mise en œuvre des déclarations et résolutions internationales. Renforcer la capacité des parlementaires africains à jouer un rôle essentiel de supervision sur les questions climatiques, à affermir la planification des actions nationales et user de leurs fonctions budgétaires pour renforcer la planification des actions nationales et à la mobilisation de ressources locales pour soutenir la politique et les actions climatiques. Cinquième objectif, recueillir les contributions diversifiées, complètes et inclusives des parlementaires nationaux, de la société civile et des autres parties prenantes concernées afin d'enrichir le cadre juridique politique du projet de loi type africaine sur le changement climatique. Sixième point, cartographier et mieux comprendre les lois africaines existantes sur le climat et partager les meilleures pratiques des États membres de l'Union africaine afin d'inspirer le projet cadre juridique et politique de la loi africaine sur le changement climatique. Donc, je vais passer à la présentation, en tout cas de la résolution,
which is
point saillant de la résolution sur la politique climatique et l'équité en Afrique. Donc, premier point, préconiser un renforcement de l'ambition et de l'action de toutes les parties prenantes de la Convention cadre des Nations Unies et à l'accord des parties prenantes, en particulier les pays développés, pour réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre et limiter le réchauffement climatique à 1,5 degré par rapport au niveau pré-industriel, conformément aux meilleures données scientifiques disponibles. Deuxième point, exhorter les pays développés à remplir leurs obligations en matière de financement adéquat, prévisible de transfert de technologies et soutien au renforcement des capacités. Puisque, en tout cas, en tant que pollueurs, les pays développés doivent contribuer à financer l'adaptation et les pertes et dommages. Troisième point, promouvoir une transition juste vers des voies de développement à faible émission de carbone, résilientes au changement climatique, qui sont alignées sur les priorités nationales et qui incluent toutes les parties prenantes, qui respectent les droits fondamentaux et tiennent compte de l'égalité des sexes. Quatrième point, renforcer nos cadres législatifs et nos fonctions de contrôle afin de garantir la meilleure mise en œuvre effective de politiques et de plans nationaux en matière de climat. Donc ici, généralement, l'ensemble des pays ont les CDN, la contribution déterminée au niveau national, qui, en tout cas, prend en compte les engagements des pays. Donc, les parlementaires peuvent, en tout cas, ont la possibilité de superviser la mise en œuvre de ces CDN. S'engager, cinquième point, s'engager à travailler dans l'intérêt des communautés, en première ligne desquelles les climatiques, et veiller à ce que les réponses au climat, et y compris le financement du climat, soient fondées sur les besoins et soutiennent les projets menés au niveau local et intègrent les considérations des genres pour favoriser un accès équitable pour les femmes et les enfants. S'associer aux autres entités des gouvernements et aux institutions panafricaines, aux acteurs non étatiques par le biais d'un front législatif et soutenir les actions qui renforcent et accélèrent le processus de réforme mondiale des mécanismes pour répondre au changement climatique en défendant les intérêts de l'Afrique. Septième point, soutenir l'intégration régionale et une coopération significative entre les pays et les régions d'Afrique afin d'exploiter les possibilités de partager les expériences et de relever les défis communs liés au changement climatique. Huitième point, participer activement au prochain sommet sur le climat qui aura lieu à Nairobi du 4 au 6 et à la COP 28, conférence des parties, 28e conférence des parties, qui aura lieu à Dubaï, aux Émirats arabes unis, en novembre 2023. et bien sûr à d'autres forats internationaux pertinents afin d'amplifier les voix et les intérêts de l'Afrique et de ses habitants. 9e point, institutionnaliser les sommets parlementaires panafricains sur la politique et l'équité climatique. Ce serait bien que ce soit en tout cas des rencontres annuelles, si possible, pour partager les dialogues, les meilleures pratiques, partager les meilleures pratiques entre les dirigeants africains, les parlementaires et les parties prenantes concernées sur les défis et les opportunités liées à la crise climatique, à l'harmonisation de la position et action africaine en matière de changement climatique avec les objectifs et les engagements mondiaux en matière d'action pour le climat. 10e point, mobiliser tous les parlementaires africains pour qu'ils se joignent à nous dans ce devoir historique et moral de protéger notre continent, nos populations, de la menace existentielle du changement climatique en vue de relever ces défis et d'assurer un avenir prospère, pacifique et durable à l'Afrique. 11e point, renforcer notre engagement auprès de l'Alliance panafricaine pour la justice climatique et des groupes de jeunes, des mouvements des femmes, des peuples autochtones, des communautés locales, des universités, des médias et d'autres acteurs concernés afin de sensibiliser, d'encourager les dialogues et d'établir des partenariats sur l'action climatique. 12e point, intensifier les efforts en vue de l'élaboration d'une loi type sur le changement climatique en Afrique afin de garantir la pertinence et la réactivité des législations nationales africaines face au mouvement, face aux nouvelles réalités du changement climatique, conformément au cadre politique, juridique des communautés internationales et de l'Union africaine. 13e point, travailler avec son Excellence, Monsieur le Président de la République du Kenya, William Ruto, président du comité des chefs d'État africains sur le changement climatique, en vue de renforcer la capacité de l'Union africaine à exécuter son mandat en représentant et en articulant les questions pertinentes pour le continent, en ce qui concerne les changements climatiques. La deuxième résolution, relative au soutien à la taxe sur les transactions financières pour l'action climatique. Pour ceux qui étaient avec nous à Midrand au Parlement panafricain lors du sommet, lors du 3e sommet parlementaire, nous avons accueilli un représentant du Parlement européen qui, en tout cas, nous a entretenu sur les questions, sur la taxe sur les transactions financières. L'Union européenne a apparemment adopté la taxe sur les transactions financières et pour que les gouvernements, en tout cas des pays européens et même en tout cas des pays développés, adoptent cette taxe, on avait proposé notre soutien, on nous avait demandé plutôt notre soutien pour aussi soutenir cette taxe sur les transactions financières. Le point 1, c'est soutenir la loi sur les transactions financières du Parlement européen, inviter les pays membres de l'Union européenne à adopter cette taxe. S'engager à collaborer avec le Parlement européen pour obtenir un soutien en faveur de l'adoption de la taxe sur les transactions financières, à condition que que les pays africains bénéficient de ce fonds dans leur effort pour atténuer les effets du changement climatique. Ça, c'est une condition, puisqu'on ne va pas soutenir la mise en place d'une taxe sur les transactions financières si les pays africains n'en bénéficient pas. 3e point, encourager les parlementaires régionaux et nationaux africains ainsi que le gouvernement à faire pression sur l'Union européenne pour qu'elle adopte la taxe sur les transactions financières sur l'action climatique. 4e point, exhorter les autres États membres de l'OCDE à faire de même et adopter la taxe sur la transaction financière afin de respecter leur engagement à financer les changements climatiques dans les pays africains. Maintenant, nous allons passer à la recommandation par rapport sur la politique climatique et l'équité en Afrique. Recommandations faites aux pays membres de l'Union africaine. Donc, prendre les mesures institutionnelles et législatives nécessaires pour faire en sorte que les grands pollueurs assument la responsabilité de leurs émissions et de leurs effets sur les communautés africaines. Et domestiquer et mettre en œuvre les dispositions de la Conférence des Nations Unies sur le changement climatique et de l'accord international de Paris, ainsi que d'autres instruments pertinents de droit international de l'environnement, notamment par l'élaboration d'un plan d'une stratégie de mise en œuvre du changement climatique et l'allocation de ressources budgétaires adéquates pour traiter les mesures de remédiation au changement climatique. Troisième point, mettre en œuvre des renforcements du régime actuel de financement de lutte contre les changements climatiques afin qu'il reflète véritablement les principes de responsabilité, de capacité commune diversifiée, qu'ils soient à la hauteur de l'ambition nécessaire pour éviter les pires effets du changement climatique, alignés sur les besoins de l'Afrique et d'autres régions en développement. La suite par rapport, en tout cas, aux pays membres de l'Union africaine, renforcer les mécanismes permettant de demander des comptes aux entreprises et aux acteurs responsables de la pollution et des agressions climatiques, notamment par la mise en œuvre de mesures fiscales garantissant le financement de la répartition des pertes et dommages subis par les victimes. Cinquième point, entreprendre une transaction juste vers les voies de développement à faible émission de carbone, résilientes au changement climatique, qui soient alignées sur les priorités nationales, qui incluent toutes les parties prenantes, qui respectent les droits de l'homme en tenant compte de l'égalité des sexes. Sixième point, développer, le cas échéant, et réviser les cadres juridiques, politiques et institutionnels afin de garantir un engagement accru du secteur privé dans le financement des mesures d'adaptation au changement climatique et réparation. Toujours par rapport aux recommandations aux pays membres de l'Union africaine, se prononcer pour une vision claire, cohérente et coordonnée des priorités continentales pour la COP28, y compris les demandes prioritaires des pays très endettés. Lancer un appel fort à l'action pour doubler le financement de l'adoption d'ici 2025, y compris les programmes et plans des donateurs individuels et les meilleurs investissements de manière à garantir l'objectif mondial sur l'adaptation afin qu'il cristallise toute l'attention dans les décisions qui seront prises lors de la COP28. Mettre en œuvre une voie de transition juste et ligne d'investissement pour l'agriculture africaine, axée sur la résilience, bénéfices mutuels pour les émissions à faible teneur en carbone, avec les financements des donateurs. Maintenant, recommandations pour les gouvernements des pays du Nord, des pays développés. Donc, initier les réformes nécessaires recommandées par le plan d'action de Sharm el-Sheikh à la COP27 afin de rendre le financement de la lutte contre le changement climatique plus accessible, plus adapté aux besoins et moins susceptible de conduire à l'endettement. Deuxième point, renforcer leur ambition et leur action dans le cadre de la conférence des Nations Unies sur le changement climatique et de l'accord de Paris pour réduire les émissions de gaz à effet de serre et limiter le réchauffement climatique à 1,5 degré par rapport au niveau pré-industriel, notamment aux meilleures données scientifiques disponibles. Remplir leur obligation de fournir un financement adéquat, prévisible et durable en transfert de technologie, soutien au renforcement des capacités aux pays en développement, en particulier aux pays africains, afin de leur permettre de s'adapter au changement climatique, d'atténuer leurs émissions et remédier aux pertes et dommages. Démontrer un engagement accru en faveur de la justice et de l'équité climatique et prendre les mesures climatiques ambitieuses, équitables, qui renforce la solidarité et les communautés résilientes dans le monde entier. Maintenant, recommandations par rapport à la société civile. Donc, promouvoir et soutenir en collaboration avec l'Union africaine et le pape des plateformes pour l'engagement des parlementaires avec des juges, des praticiens du droit et d'autres parties prenantes concernées afin de réfléchir au renforcement des régimes juridiques institutionnels existants relatifs au changement climatique et aux moyens de renforcer leur mise en œuvre effective sur le continent. Renforcer les actions déployées fondées sur les données probantes afin d'élever les priorités africaines dans le cadre de l'élaboration d'objectifs mondiaux en matière d'adaptation, de nouveaux objectifs collectifs et quantifiés, des modalités de financement pour les pertes et dommages et du processus global d'inventaire mondial. En conclusion, les résolutions et recommandations, en tout cas issues de ce sommet, du troisième sommet parlementaire sur le climat, émanent tel qu'adopté par la plénière du Parlement panafricain, constituent un pas en avant vers un plaidoyer, une action parlementaire plus efficace et soutenue pour une politique climatique plus juste et équitable. Cependant, ces résolutions et recommandations resteront lettre morte si elles ne sont ni mises en œuvre, ni suivies, ni évaluées sur la base d'actions et stratégies communes bien planifiées. D'où l'importance de ces assises qui se veulent comme un forum pouvant nous aider à peaufiner les stratégies communes pour harmoniser et coordonner les actions parlementaires visant à influencer positivement l'agenda et les politiques climatiques au niveau tant national, continental que mondial. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Chair. I think a good number of recommendations and resolution Chairman has gone through them. And you may agree that among the resolutions, there are some like number 7, support regional integration, meaningful cooperation among African countries, regions to harness opportunity, share experience, and address common challenges related to climate change. These are some of the things as regional bodies we don't do. We've got the Eastern Caucasus here, and got the SADC where we come from. We've got West Africa region, North Africa region. Are we addressing this, or we are leaving this for each country? It is important as parliamentarians, when you are in our respective countries, to see to it that the challenges facing your neighboring country, those may be the challenges we're going to face next year. So it's just important that we cooperate as we come up with this. Those who want the recommendation in English, I think they may see our secretariat. You might help them. Is it, Doc? The ones who may need obviously you can see our secretariat there. They will know how to do. Maybe they can give you a soft copy, and you read through them. They're very encouraging. And for now, I think we'll leave it. We can call the moderator to continue with the program. I think on our recommendation and resolution for PAP, we end up here. Thank you. sorry, we've been corrected. From the resolutions we have, we are asking for questions, especially from the young ones, because in the few years, some of us who are 50, we've clocked 50 years. In the next few years, we'll be retiring, leaving this mentor to you. And where we are living, because we've got Agenda 2063. Surely those who are 50 plus, like me, they won't be there. This will be your baby to nurse and to hand it over to the other generation. I have a team of experts which are going to assist us answering some of the questions you are going to ask us. So from the recommendations, I hope those who are noting could ask some questions so that we clarify them before we leave this conference. Thank you. Yes, sir. You can introduce yourself, the organization, and where you're coming from. Can I have oh. Yes, sir, you can go ahead.
Programme de la coopération suédoise, qui est le programme de renforcement de la société civile pour les droits de l'enfant et le changement climatique, dont nous travaillons dans le cadre de ce programme. Et moi, je suis très content d'être là. Et j'ai écouté les interventions du représentant de l'Union africaine avec beaucoup d'intérêt, notamment les recommandations. Et cela étant dit, moi, j'ai une question, parce que quand on voit l'Afrique, c'est un continent qui est de plus en plus jeune, et nous savons que la lutte contre les changements climatiques, c'est aussi un combat pour les jeunes. Et moi, dans les recommandations, peut-être que je n'ai pas attendu la partie, je n'ai pas vu une mention spéciale vraiment pour l'apport des jeunes dans la mise en œuvre de l'accord de Paris et aussi dans la mise en œuvre des contributions déterminées au niveau des différents pays. Donc, moi, je voudrais savoir quelle place l'Union africaine donne à la jeunesse vraiment dans la lutte contre les changements climatiques, parce que c'est nous qui sommes sur le terrain, c'est nous qui travaillons tous les jours. Voilà, merci.
Thank you. Chair, that is over to you. And I know you're speaking in French, so you obviously have gotten everything. Thank you, Chair.
Merci. Merci, monsieur Conrad. Les recommandations, c'est le pape. Le sommet, le troisième sommet, pardon. Le troisième sommet parlementaire sur le climat qui a eu lieu au Parlement, au siège du Parlement panafricain à Midran a abouti à plusieurs résolutions, comme cité. Je crois qu'il doit y avoir 11 ou 12 résolutions. Si je lis la résolution numéro 5, s'engager à travailler dans l'intérêt des communautés en première ligne et veiller à ce que les réponses au climat, y compris les financements climatiques, soient fondés sur les besoins et soutient les projets menés au niveau local et intègre les considérations de genre pour favoriser un accès équitable pour les enfants, pour les femmes. On a mis les enfants, mais on peut mettre aussi les jeunes, il n'y a pas de problème. Donc, je pense que nous sommes tous concernés par le climat. Ça impacte tout le monde et c'est surtout les jeunes, en tout cas, qui doivent porter ce flambeau de lutte contre le changement climatique, et je suis tout à fait d'accord avec vous.
Thank you, Chair. I think you've got maybe just a type of, because the young ones, we hope they are the youths, is it? So when we say the young ones, meaning the youths have been included. Can we have 2 more or 3 questions? I'll start with the lady here.
All right, my name is, sorry, my name is Edith Nasiku Sentian. I'm from Narok County, representing the Maasai marginalized communities in Kenya. And I'm a founder and a CEO of a given organization known as Nalala Tree Foundation. And representing the marginalized communities that are very vulnerable. I've just heard about the presentation on resolution and equity, which actually you've tackled less about the indigenous communities. Could you please highlight how you want to cover us as the marginalized indigenous communities, because we are largely affected by climate change. And the issue is we have a lot of articles done on indigenous communities, but the implementation is nearly like 0%. Can we please get a response?
Thank you, Chair. I hope you gotten the question, and we'll hear the answer from the Chair. Then, Chair, just hold on that question. Let's pick the last. In fact, this will be the last 2 questions, because in the interest of time, we can't keep on going. So the gentleman there, then we end up with you there. Thank you. Oh, wait. No, I will need to be advised as he's asking questions. The people who are advising me, please, may you come and advise me. Thank you. Yes, I can continue.
D'accord, merci bien pour la parole et également merci pour les résolutions et les recommandations prises par le Parlement africain. Alors, je voudrais dire d'entrée de jeu que les missions essentielles du Parlement, c'est de voter la loi, consentir l'impôt, contrôler également l'exécutif. Alors, quand je regarde un peu ces 3 missions, et par rapport aux engagements qui ont été présentés, je ne sais pas si c'est très bien suivi. Je n'ai pas aperçu des engagements en lien avec le contrôle de l'exécutif. Quand on sait aussi que la question du financement climatique est aussi une question liée à la transparence et surtout à la bonne gouvernance, comment est-ce que les parlements africains pourraient s'engager à intensifier le contrôle au niveau des gouvernements en Afrique pour que non seulement les financements qui sont reçus soient bien gérés et également que ça parte jusqu'au niveau local. C'est très important. L'autre aspect aussi que je n'ai pas aperçu, c'est par rapport au consentement de l'impôt. Est-ce que vous envisagez peut-être dans les prochaines sessions encourager les parlements africains à voir au niveau des impôts pour consentir un impôt qui sera dédié à la lutte contre les effets néfastes du changement climatique ou bien à la mise en œuvre des politiques d'adaptation ou carrément la mise en œuvre des CDN dans les différents pays. C'est la contribution interne de ces pays par rapport au financement climatique. Merci bien.
Okay. Okay, on that question, the gentleman there, one of our technocrats, will take it up, and he's going to give us the answer to that. And sorry, Mr. My advisor, there is a cry there. So sort out the cry on this table here. When they give you the answer, then you can let me know. Yes, sir, can continue.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Je m'appelle Martin Milolo de la République démocratique du Congo. Je travaille pour Pacha RDC. Ma question, c'est par rapport à la force ou...
Sorry, sir, can you stand up? Can you stand up because of, of the broadcasting, yeah.
Thank you. Alors, je disais que ma préoccupation, c'est par rapport à la force ou à l'impact que ces recommandations peuvent avoir, notamment les recommandations visant les pays développés ou les pays pollueurs. Parce que nous avons déjà vu plusieurs engagements pris, que ce soit dans le cadre des accords de Kyoto, de Paris, de Copenhague. En tout cas, il y a des difficultés pour l'exécution des engagements, surtout du côté des pays développés. Comment le parlementaire envisage-t-il donner la force pour la prise en compte de ces recommandations ou pour leur exécution, parce qu'il ne faudrait pas que ce soit aussi des recommandations juste pour se donner bonne conscience, dont on sait que ça ne donnera pas des effets. Est-ce qu'il y a une initiative de diplomatie parlementaire, par exemple, où les diplomates ou les parlementaires africains et les parlementaires, par exemple, européens, américains, chinois, et échangent autour de la force que ces genres de recommandations peuvent avoir? Merci.
Okay, thank you so much. We hear your questions, and I think in the interest of time, let's allow our technical answers on that one. Thank you. I hope you can take all three questions. Thank you.
Yes, and I'll try to respond in an overview manner and propose. First, my name is Philip Kilonzo. I head the Policy and Advocacy and Communications Unit of the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance, and deeply involved in this particular process. And therefore, when we were working with parliamentarians in South Africa, our keen interest was in terms of looking at resolutions that are implementable, but also keeping it top line in a manner that enables action at that particular level. And I would encourage, as you look at the resolutions, you read them in collectivity, don't read them in isolation. For instance, when you look at resolution number 3, it's actually talking about a transitional promotion of a transitional pathway that is inclusive of all stakeholders, respectful to human rights, and responsive to gender equity. That is extremely powerful as a resolution, because it means all the response measures that you're actually implementing must be and driving the continent towards a low carbon trajectory. But again, emphasizing the imperatives of inclusion and the imperatives of human rights and gender inclusion, which is extremely critical. But when you go again to resolution number 4, you will see it's about legislative frameworks and the oversight functions. But within the oversight function, then we are saying the legislative framework and the oversighting functions must center interests of communities at the front line of climate justice, injustices. So that is extremely powerful in terms of its own framing, because it mandates legislators and members of parliament to ensure in whatever they do, they are able to see the most impacted, the most affected. And I think in this particular regard, then it behoves members of parliament to take that resolution forward in terms of ensuring that their laws, policy framework, and the programs are able to respond to that, but also ensure that they are oversighting the manner in which they are implemented through the, particularly on resolution number 5, which is again emphasizing that particular element. But I want to go to resolution number 11, which again makes it a moral duty and a moral duty vested on parliamentarians to mobilize all others
again, to deal with the existential threats of climate change, particularly in terms of securing sustainable Africa. It looks simple, but it's broader when you start to sort of unpack what the intent of that particular component is. And therefore, it is useful to know that. I think there was a question revolving around the UNFCCC processes, the declarations that are made at that particular level, the extent to which they are implemented at national level, and resolution number 8 basically captures that. But there was an overarching realization right from the onset of the process that the role of legislatures in Africa is the weaker component in terms of strengthening climate response within the continent. So that was an overarching realization within the whole process, and therefore the need again for parliamentarians to understand not only the policy and the commitment at global level, but how to domesticate them, but also play a pivotal role in pursuing their implementation in global space. Thank you.
Thank you. Think you've gotten the answers, especially there are some questions, I think 2 or 3 of them that have been answered with resolution number 11. And in the interest of time, please don't crucify me. I'm told that our program is so big that we can't continue. Then we'll continue tomorrow. Those who don't have the resolutions, either in French or English, we can see our secretariat. They will handle this issue. Thank you. I'm told I should cut the chair. You are going to kill me.
Oh.
Can I give him the? Oh, okay. I've been around. Can continue.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you very much. It's actually very interesting and exciting to see, to hear young people asking questions that are very relevant. There was a gentleman who asked a question on what role.
Yeah, sorry, can you stand up because I'm told they're broadcasting, so it's sorry to disturb you.
The camera can't see me while seated.
Ask the cameraman that question.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a small intervention on one of the issues raised by, I think, one of the participants here on issues to do with the role of Parliament in terms of scrutiny on how the resources on climate, on how to mitigate or adapt against climate change. And I think in my speech, I was very clear on this. And we mentioned that Parliament has a role. In fact, in the summit we had in Johannesburg in May, one of the resolutions was that Parliament must play an active role, both at African level, regional level, and national level, in ensuring that resources that are appropriated to fight against climate change are fully scrutinized on how they are used. So I think the fact that this issue is being raised, carrying out our mandate as parliamentarians on the oversight on how so, the question was very relevant, and I believe that role, responsibility as parliamentarians is very key, and we take note of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There are a lot of things. Chair, I think we are done now. You are a technocrat. You stress your your points later, or yeah, you stress your point later. But to the members, especially the young ones, there are countries in this continent of ours, Africa, who have started collecting taxes. A good number of you have vehicles. You'll be told you are paying a carbon on your taxes. That carbon, basically, it's money for climate change, which should be channeled to climate change. But you find that a good number of governments, they don't even finance programs pertaining to climate change. So it is important as parliamentarians and to pursue our governments that the investments, we should put more investments on this Because basically I'm one of the Pan-Africanist activists who don't believe in everyday Europe should fund us. We've got a way we can fund these things, and we know we can do it as a continent. Yes, our continent, Earth as a continent, those developed nations. But it's just important as Africa as well, we see to it that we start pushing for our own financing. Thank you so much, Chair. We are done for now. It's over to Mr. Zia.
Thank you so much, Honorable Barakat and Honorable Zuru. I think these two gentlemen deserve a better clap. Thank you so very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg your indulgence. I know we just took our tea, so we are not hungry. So you allow us to do one more session before we break for lunch. May as many as of that opinion say aye. Very good. So the ayes have it. Thank you so much. So we are going to move into the next session, which is going to be moderated by my colleague, Eugene Infogwa. And we are going to have a panel of parliamentarians really who will be engaging in this discourse around this particular declaration that was read out. And for those of us who conversation around the same resolutions, and copies are available. Kindly go to access the declaration and you acquaint ourselves with the content of that document. So thank you so much. Welcome, Eugene Fogwa.
Thank you, Charles. Good afternoon. So each time Charles speaks, we have to adjust the microphone to the right height. I know it's a cold afternoon. It feels like morning, especially for those of us who traveled overnight and only got here today. I'm glad that at least the energy in the room has remained up, and I hope that we keep it up. For the honorable parliamentarians, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you now to this panel, where we're trying to review the progress made by national parliaments in implementing the resolutions and recommendations of the Pan-African Parliamentary Summit on Climate Policy and Equity. These recommendations and resolutions that were just read by us. This panel is going to be part of a follow-up of the activities of the summit, but also building up from the presentation we've just had. And the summit I have the feeling that in the room, a few people don't have this background. And that's why we're having the kinds of questions we've had so far. But the summit took place in Midrand earlier this year. It brought together parliamentarians from across the continent. But there were also experts and of course the civil society. And it was really to reflect around the urgent challenges around the climate crisis and how as a continent we can advance an agenda supported through our parliaments that is reflective of our needs, our aspirations, but also the issues that we consider important and urgent for the continent. And as it's been presented, the summit adopted a declaration, which in some sense also included issues that you could call some elements of action for African parliaments to enhance their role and contribution to the global climate agenda and promote climate justice on the continent. And so today we have four distinguished members of parliament who will share their insights and experiences on how national parliaments have followed up on the summit's outcomes, what achievements and challenges they have faced, and I would also want to encourage them to make any recommendations on how we can strengthen parliamentary action on climate change on the continent. So we're hoping that this panel discussion will stimulate a more fruitful conversation and constructive dialogue among all of us now. It's not only parliamentarians here this afternoon, and inspire us to continue working together for a more sustainable, resilient, and prosperous future for our continent. That said, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our panel. We have with us this afternoon, and honorable ladies and gentlemen, if you may, when I invite you, please take a seat up here and we can have a conversation together. We have Honorable Esther Passaris of the Kenya National Assembly. Honorable, thank you. Round of applause for Honorable. We also have Honorable Charity Kathambi, also of the Kenya National Assembly. We have Honorable Jacqueline Amongin from the Uganda Parliament and also the East Africa Legislative Assembly. Honorable, please join me. Can you see the trend? Can you see the trend? And also we have Honorable Wodo Jago from South Sudan and also of the East Africa Legislative Assembly. So it's honorable ladies. Having a conversation with us this afternoon. And what I want us to do in the next 45 minutes or so, and I'm going to give each one of you an opportunity to share with us what the experience has been at the level of your national parliament in taking forward some of the recommendations and resolutions that were reached in mid-round. And if you don't mind, also share with us if there were any particular challenges. I know across the continent, there's always a challenge of domesticating resolutions that come out of multilateral processes, in which case the Pan-African Parliament could be seen as one at the national level because the local reality and the national reality gets in the way. I'd like to start in the order in which, in the reverse order in which you came up here. So I want to start with South Sudan. And the microphones.
Thank you very much. And thank Bagja for organizing this very important event. And I would like also to extend the thanks to His Excellency President Ruto for hosting this very, of course, summit in South Africa. I was supposed to attend, but I couldn't attend, but some of the members of our parliament, they really attended. And I would like, if you allow me, just because South Sudan is a new country, to just take the participant a little bit on how we started on this work for climate change and the environment. Because as soon as South Sudan got its independence on the 9th of July, 2011, South Sudan was interested in joining the parties to really make effect to change the world and to participate in this climate change action. And they acceded to the UNFCCC on the 17th of January, 2014. And also they acceded to Paris Agreement. So they became part of the countries who are really fighting and making the resilience for climate change. South Sudan nowadays is really affected by the climate change. 10 states and 3 administrative areas, and 7 of the 10 states are really affected by flood. 7 states is really, 80% is really affected. When we come to domesticate the summit resolution, the country has put aside 9 million USD to really enhance the resilience. And one of the things which they concentrate on was the early warning systems, because most of the people in South Sudan, they are cattle keepers and they're agriculturalists, and now they're getting really confused on the change of the rainy season. They're getting confused why the rain is not coming at the same time they used to. And it's really affecting them. So the government has seen that the early warning system has really to be like they have to really add a lot of effort on that. The other thing is that there is a project which is planting 1 million trees. And that project is being supported by the UN, and that will take place in 10 years. And the good thing in that project is that they have really incorporated the participation of women and people with person with disabilities, so that they can grow some trees or make the bed, the seedlings, and then people go and grow them. Because we have also a problem of deforestation in South Sudan. Most of our forests are being cut down for fuel. As you know, people use charcoal, and the temperatures are really increasing high by 1 degree Celsius, which is really, you know, that it can affect the people and the environment. And one of the visions also of, we have a strategy in South Sudan, the policy frame, it has 5 priorities areas. One of them is to concentrate on environment, water resource, agriculture, disaster risk reduction, policy, and framework. One of the challenges which we have as parliamentarian, me, I'm a member of the East African Legislative Assembly, we do oversight as parliamentarian. We went to South Sudan to do oversight. We have an act, but it's not yet a law. So we really need the Parliament of South Sudan and our colleagues from South Sudan, they need to pass that act, the bill, so that it become a law, because you have the policy framework, it has to turn into a law. That one has to be really fast-tracked. The other thing is that we have seen, as people who are active in climate change, that we have to advocate. Let's admit, as parliamentarians, as people who are experts in climate change, sometimes we're so comfortable in being in the boardrooms, and sometimes we make it difficult for other people, for our constituencies, to understand what is it. So we have really to do a lot of outreach, but in a very simplified terminologies, and we have to make these people understand. In South Sudan, we have the Sud Institute, which is really a very good institute, and we are trying to reach the grassroots. We are 64 tribes in South Sudan. We speak English and Arabic, but most of those tribes don't understand English and Arabic. So we broadcast some programs in the local languages, and this has helped a lot. And also, one of the initiative which after this summit, the Madrid summit, was opening a window to the parliamentarian to really be active and have a great role in oversight, because we are oil producing country, and most of the companies of the oils, sometimes they don't really abide by the environmental assessment. So this has made a lot of problems for the South Sudanese. We get cancer now, which was not there in South Sudan. Deformed babies are born deformed, animals are dying, and these are because of some oil spills, sometimes because of the products which are really not purified, and the way they sometimes, they just, the way they are not, like the way they deal with the waste is not really the right way. So now parliamentarians have opened their eyes. They go to these places, especially the oil producing states, and they are really taking charge. One of the companies was also was sued in the East African Court of Justice, and the people of that state, they really got some compensation because the livestock were like their livestock died, and some people also got cancer, and babies were born deformed. So this, I think, is an eye opener. Most of the parliamentarians now, they're aware of their role. The last thing I know, I spoke a lot. I'm also a researcher, and I've been a lecturer. So the other thing, I think we really need to involve the youth. I championed the Park de South Sudan, and I'm proud to say we have one of our young ladies, a lady also. By the way, ladies are very active. She was in the summer school, and tomorrow another lady is going to join. A Park de South Sudan was able to sponsor her. The other lady got from UN, and I know that these actors in South Sudan, they will do a lot, because Juba University is there, the Sud Institute is there, the Parliamentarian is there. And I'm very sure that you will hear a lot of things with Park de South Sudan. I beg to submit the.
Thank you very much. I think we have opportunity for you to say as much as you intend to say when we get to the Q&A. And it's really impressive to hear what's happening in South Sudan. The parliament is not only passing laws, but it's quite interesting to hear that you're also exercising oversight, even on private actors. And I think that could be an important lesson for other parliaments if they're not doing that already. I'm not too familiar with what's going on across the continent. But let me come back to you, Honorable Amungin. What's the experience in Uganda in terms of taking forward the summit's resolutions, but also in some of the actions that the parliament in Uganda is undertaking that can provide some lessons for us? There's a microphone right in front of you.
Thank you so much, moderator and panelists, the honorable members, and all protocol observed. I have to just beg your indulgence. I'm really never comfortable speaking while seated. So for the few minutes that I own, I will use it while standing. Thank you for accepting. So we are talking about for the case for Uganda and the summit resolutions that we came up with at the Climate Parliamentarian Summit that took place in Midrand, South Africa. But probably before I talk about that, I would like to commend the Pan-African Parliament and the Pan-African Parliament. For your information, I served in the Pan-African Parliament for the last 10 years, and I also chaired the Committee of Agriculture, Environment and Natural Resources for the last 7 years while at the Pan-African Parliament. And I'm very excited to see that the initiative that I initiated with Honorable Barkat and some of the members of the PAP is going on, partnership between PACJA and the Pan-African Parliament on championing climate action for parliamentarians. And I think you deserve an applause for that. Because despite having moved on to another assignment by my country, I'm honored to see that this partnership is going on. Bring the Uganda's experience. I normally would like to give figures and all that, but for now, I am going to speak like I debate in parliament. I've been in parliament for the last maybe something 12 years or so. And my focus has been on climate action. But besides the summit resolutions that we came up with in the PAP, remember that Uganda is a signatory to the Paris Agreement. And being one of the parties that signed to the Paris Agreement, it came up with its percentage in terms of the NDC's reduction. And therefore, all the engagements of Uganda, either locally or internationally, and the domestication of all these international commitments that we come up with on behalf of the country, are all premised within the Uganda Vision 2040, which talks about adapting to climate adaptation and people going resilience. And therefore, the outcome of the climate summit that we held in Midrand, South Africa, is not any different. But for purposes of parliamentary engagement, I'll restrict myself to the niche of a member of parliament, because basically, as a member of parliament and a lawyer that I am, I know that my role is to, parliament has the capacity to do anything other than changing man into a woman. But parliament can do everything. That's why this is a space that everyone must fight to get to. So if we're talking about championing climate action and improving legislations in the continent, we cannot do that if we do not actually work closely with parliaments. And therefore, I will take the recommendation of the Pan-African Parliament, where we were specifically talking about strengthening implementation of even legislations. Today, we are going to the different COPs. I'm sure we came from Sharm el-Sheikh and we're talking about the implementation COP, and we're going to the accountability COP in Dubai. And my question to the parliamentarians will always be, we have 54 countries. Despite the fact that we are saying, yes, the global South has the biggest percentage, but we face the highest despite emitting just less than 4%. And Uganda is not any difference. So as the parliamentarians in the continent, despite the fact that all these arrangements are taking place, we're in the climate summit, we are going for accountability COP in Dubai, our governments are going to be represented there. But what is it that we have brought on board as a difference? And that is what is in one of the resolutions of the Pan-African Climate Summit that we held in Sharm el-Sheikh. Out of the 55 countries that we have in Africa, by the way, let's clap for Kenya, if you're here and you're comfortable. Because out of the 55 countries that we have Kenya, that is the first African country to come up with a climate act assented to by the head of state. And I'm also proud of His Excellency Ruto, because he's taking the climate action to another level. Because climate action is not going to be whether you did agriculture or you did science or you did history or you did psychology. It's an issue that affects all of us, our modus operandi. So therefore, out of the 55 countries, we only have 4. Uganda, I'm so honored that I championed the enactment and the passing of the bill on climate change, which was assented to by my president, His Excellency Museveni. But out of the 54 countries, a lot is still pending. Only 4 countries have a law right now in place. So when we go to the COPs and we're talking about the adaptation fund, we're talking about global environment facility fund. There is, a lot of terminologies, but the bureaucracy of getting this money, even the players look at, for example, a country like Uganda, and they're like, but what is there in place? What are the enabling laws? You find that it becomes extremely hard. So we'll be escorting people to all these multilateral happenings. But at the end of the day, there'll be nothing coming to the table. And that's why I want to commend the Pan-African Parliament. It was always my dream that if I continued being at the PAP, we needed to come up with a model law on climate change. And please go on. This is one of the issues that will have an impact. Because if Namibia doesn't have a climate change law, then there will be a model law which can be replicable in Namibia, and it will be very easy to pass. And the same will apply to other countries. And I think that's one of the areas that we need to emphasize on. And then, despite the fact that you're restricting me to talk about Uganda's case, but I'm relating Uganda with the global context, and I'm a global leader. I'm trained to be a global leader. So when I'm talking about Uganda, I'll relate it to the continent, and I'll also relate it to the global context. So as legislators, I remember a young lady asking that, but even when these measures are put in place, the implementation is poor. But at least let's start from somewhere. Right now, with Dr. Warder, I know that I represent now Uganda in the regional assembly. And at the regional assembly, I have already worked on a document with my committee and we are going to work with PACJA. We want to come up with an act of the East African Legislative Assembly on climate change. When this act is endorsed by all the heads of states and it becomes an act of the East African Parliament, it means if each and every country will have to implement that act, and therefore will be triggering action in terms of improving legislations within the EAC region, but also in our member states. So in terms of moving forward, what has Uganda put in place? Before even putting in place the areas, we have an act of parliament. Now members of parliament appropriate resources, and when the policy statements are presented to parliament, there is now a modus operandi guiding appropriation of resources within the climate change related votes. And these votes may not necessarily only be in the Ministry of Water and Environment alone, because I told you that in the Ministry of Agriculture, there is an element of climate smart agriculture. We are talking about climate change in the mining industry. We are talking about over 132 million cropland in Africa is degraded. So we're talking about what is it we can do to restore our degraded lands, because our comparative advantage as a continent is in agriculture. So out of all these resolutions, if we unpack them, you realize that this resolution needs to touch each and every sector, because climate change cuts across all sectors. And that's why as a legislator or as a member of parliament, it's imperative to know that even when you're a champion on climate action, you are also a champion in ensuring that climate change is mainstreamed in our day-to-day modus operandi. And I believe that together we can get there, and the ball is in our hands. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I am quite aware that working with politicians up here, so I may not have total control of the time, so bear with me. I may not have very full control of the way the conversation goes, but I would like to keep things really on track. And I'm really glad you mentioned a couple of interesting things. I think throughout the morning, one of the key messages that's been coming from all of the speeches is this injustice that the climate crisis has imposed on us as a continent. And we say this too often that you might think, and some have tried to hush us to say you just keep complaining. But I think it's really the basis of our engagement with the global community as we try to address the climate crisis, that we are paying unduly for crimes. I sometimes would use that expression that we didn't commit. And I think we shouldn't shy away from highlighting that key, that foundation of our engagement with the global communities. And I'm glad that you touched on it again. But also the fact that we also need to begin to conceive the climate crisis beyond the environmental and the scientific, which again was highlighted this morning. And I'm glad you're bringing in issues around mining and agriculture and other sectors, so that we have a broader picture of what we're dealing with and how parliamentarians can engage in all of those sectors through the lens of the climate crisis. Now, Kenya has been cited quite a bit in very positively in terms of their leadership in climate legislation, but also one would argue even environmental stewardship, generally speaking, on the continent. We would like to hear the experience of Kenya, starting with Honorable Kathambi. How is it going? I hear you're also amending the Climate Act. It might be interesting to also hear how that's going. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Charity Kathambi Chapuni, Member of Parliament, Joro Constituency, Nakuru County, Rift Valley. I chair the Parliamentary Caucus on Climate Change, that is both the House, Senate, and the National Assembly. Our Climate Change Caucus purely, it's non-partisan. We are purely united in matters of climate change. Thank you so much. Let me also thank the PACJA for giving us opportunity as members of Parliament from Africa to have this sitting. This is the place we get a good platform to share our challenges, our ideas, the policies in relation with the climate change. And for today, I would start by saying, as usual, we can no longer hide our hands. My first comment is, it is true. Climate change is real. It has affected all of us. One voice, one Africa in relation with climate change, then we are going to change this Africa. We are going to be part of global people to make sure that we are making the world better for each one of us. Let me start by first saying that I participated in South Africa Climate Summit, which was a big eye-opener. It was challenging all of us as legislators, executive, and every one of us. Let me mention issues in relation with Kenya. Kenya, we are starting by saying that it must be inclusion of everyone when we talk about the matters of climate change. Because the truth of the matter, the climate change does not spare anyone, does not spare the child, the youth, the women, and the elderly, and also the people living with disability in the entire country, in the entire world. I want to start by first saying this. As legislators in Kenya, we have gone ahead of doing a lot. It is also on this platform I must again confirm what my colleague from Uganda, Honorable Jacqueline, has said. Kenya was the first country to have a climate change bill 2016 Act. And even today, we have also made, after the South Africa Summit, we came back in the country and we have done a lot. The first thing, the Kenya Caucus on Climate Change, we have launched our strategic plan on how we are going to do issues in relation with this country on the matters of the climate change. Let me also mention that in our Climate Change 2016 Act, we have also initiated and we have also succeeded to pass the Climate Change Amendment Act, Amendment Bill once again. That is to include the matters of carbon markets in the climate change. And purely that one is to ensure that we have effective and efficient management of the carbon trading. On this platform also allow me to inform the people in the room that in Kenya we have different governments. We have the national government and we also have the county government, which are led by the governors. In different counties, we already have governors with the members of county assemblies who have passed many bills in relation with the climate change and dust conservation in the country. Let me also appreciate His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Samoei Ruto. We have gone ahead as the government of Kenya, which is led by His Excellency, the President and the Deputy President, that we are no longer talking about the 10% which was in the Kenyan Constitution when it comes to the matters of grazing the forest cover. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, initiated that we are already on toes and we are having so many projects in the country that we have now, His Excellency has launched a 15 billion tree planting in this country, which is from 10% to 30%, that is by 2032. On that point, we have also, as members of parliament, apart from having the new amendment of the, amending the bill, the climate change bill, as members of parliament, in this country, we have different members of parliament elected in different positions. We have senators, we have women reps in National Assembly, and we have single constituency members of parliament. What are we doing as the National Assembly currently? We are planning to amend the Constituency Development Fund as a single constituency member fund, which in its code list, we have 2% of environment funding. We are now amending the Constituency Development Fund so that we can increase the funding on matters of environment, that is raising it from 2% to 5%. Therefore, on that point, it will be one of the points I shall be just going back to remind each one of us as legislators. Though we play the roles of legislation, representation, budget making, and also oversight roles, it is the way forward for all of us members of parliament from Africa, so that we can make Africa as a better place for all of us. Can we lobby for more funding when it comes to the matters of climate change and the environment, as we have done in Kenya? And the next thing I would like to mention is the matters of also gender equity. Let us ensure in the entire process, our youths, our women, everyone must be included in the entire process. And also in the matters of the climate adaptation, let us, all of us, play roles to make sure that we come up with new initiatives when it comes to the matters of also drought-resistant crops, and also smart agriculture, and also sustainable agriculture. And also let us continue also playing the role of afforestation and adding more trees in Africa. It is very true that all of us in all countries in Africa, majority of our people, that is probably over 70%, if I'm not wrong, that most of our rural women, they are using firewood, charcoal for their cooking. Let us also challenge our experts that which are the better ways can we introduce as clean cooking, so that we can make sure that we have a chance to protect our forests. And because we share in this country, we have different members of parliament who come from different areas. I am a single constituency member of parliament who come from rural areas. And therefore, my next colleague is a member of parliament who comes from the urban areas like in Nairobi, where she is our leader. Therefore, we also, as members of parliament, we identified when we were in South Africa that we need a lot of capacity building. We need a lot of education and also awareness to our people, so that our citizens can understand the impact of climate change, and they can also understand the simple actions they can take so that we can change in our respective areas. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, because we are two people here with my sister, allow me to thank you so much to be in Kenya. I know this was the follow-up of the South Africa meeting we had. This is also another meeting for the big plan of next week, which we shall be having so many heads of the state, which will be led by the head of all the head of state, which is His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, who is also the chairman of the climate change in Africa. Therefore, feel at home in Kenya, and I'm sure we are going to do more to make our continent more better. And lastly, let us all of us get inspired that you and me, we are the custodian of the future. That as we are seated here today, let us ask ourselves, how are we going to make this continent a better place for us to live? Thank you very much for that opportunity.
Thank you very much. I think that's the key question there at the end. How are actions of today shaping tomorrow? And I think that's all what we're striving to answer. It's flying in the air, but I think as we continue to have these conversations, we begin to have answers to such life-defining questions that you've raised. But there are a couple of things that I would like to highlight in what you've said, which I find interesting and which I think could be a source of lesson for most other countries on the continent. The one that comes to mind is the complexity of the governance structures in every country, where every country is organized in a different way in terms of lawmaking and policy making. And how do we translate these regional processes into all of those different layers of governance that exist in our different countries in a way that are not only effective, but also responsive to local reality, whether it's in terms of sector or in terms of community or in sector of marginalized groups and so on and so forth. And I think there's plenty of lessons that could be learned from Kenya. And then also I was quite impressed that you get really concrete in some of the issues in terms of budgetary allocations. There's a clear percentage that's known to everyone. And so it becomes a lot easier to hold power to account when you have this kind of concrete proposal backed by law that communities can claim and make demands on power to deliver these things to them. But again, we'll stay in Kenya, and I'd like to invite Honorable Pasaris to also shed more light perhaps on what has already been said, but expand into some areas that your colleague may not have explored.
Thank you. First of all, allow me to welcome you all to my county. I'm the Member of Parliament for the entire county of Nairobi. So please be welcomed to Nairobi, Kenya. And next, I'd like to say thank you to Paja for the role that they have played, not just in this particular conference, but in this whole call for us as a continent to take climate change very seriously. I'd like to recognize the fact that our Vice Chair for the Rural Economy Committee in Pan-African Parliament is also here, and my colleagues from the Pan-African Parliament, as well as my colleagues from the Kenyan Parliament, the civil society, and all other partners here. So I want to welcome you to Nairobi. Now, you know, the way Parliament is structured, it's, you know, you hear this word called climate change, carbon credits, drought-resistant plants. You hear a lot of things, but you never really connect with it until you're thrown to the fore. Because when you're a member of Parliament, you're given a committee. So in the last Parliament, I was in the Committee of Committee of Health and Public Investment. In this current Parliament, I'm in the Committee of Housing and Lands. When I got to the Pan-African Parliament, I got into rural economy and agriculture, natural resources, and climate change. And we were very fortunate that the Pan-African Parliament actually decided to bring in the champion for Africa, which is none other than His Excellency William Ruto, to be our keynote speaker in the last session. And I think he really nailed the conversation, and he decided that this is something we're going to take seriously, not just as Kenya. He was to give a talk. He was there to walk the talk, not just for Kenya, but in his role as the head of climate change in the continent. And it's really nice to see the continent trying to gather together with one voice. So how will it relate to, you've just asked, how will it relate to every country within the continent? So let me start with Kenya. Kenya, our entire legal framework, right, provides for reduction of greenhouse emissions. But you know, when I say greenhouse emissions, I saw somebody on social media ask the other day, this talk of climate change, all these buzzwords we're hearing, what exactly does it mean? So I think one of the things that we have to do as legislators is break it down to the citizens as representatives of the people. So the Kenya Constitution, which was ushered in 2010, Article 42 provides that every person has the right to clean and healthy environment. Article 69 provides for obligations of the state to respect the environment. Okay, it compels the government to develop and implement policies and laws aimed at conserving, protecting the environment, natural resources, including genetic resources, wildlife, forests, and reducing carbon footprints. Now, why did I bring it there? Because it starts with your constitution, your values, your principles, your beliefs. Now, last week was really, I mean, we're hosting the conference and we wanted to make sure as a country that we're ahead. And it's really good when you have a government that has the majority in parliament, because then you're able to move things. I think one of the biggest challenges of multi-party democracies is that if you're government and you don't have the majority, you'll actually get stuck. And we've seen that in other governments as well. So the fact that the government has the majority, it was really effectively able to bring in the amendments to the legislation that already existed from 2016. Now, from 2016 till 2023, we had legislation. You have an environment committee, but how do you bring everybody in parliament, everybody in Senate together on one agenda? And this is why I have to really compliment and celebrate Honorable Charity Kadhambi, because she then brought in this caucus. And I want you to take note of the caucus and the importance of the caucus. I also belong to the caucus of SDGs, right, in Parliament. And SDGs, of course, would also cover environment and climate change. But here again, within the SDG caucus, you have so many, 17 SDGs to look at. So here is our chair coming in with a caucus strictly on climate and climate change. Now that caucus will bring in everybody, including players, like we've got Senator Kajwang, who is in the Senate and he's holding a position in the Environment Committee. Now he comes into the caucus, so he brings the wisdom of the Senate. We have the wisdom of the people in environment within the legislation, National Assembly. And then you've got other members who are hearing this buzzword called climate change. They're hearing this buzzword called climate change, and they are wondering, how can we plug in? How can we make things happen for the people that we represent? So I feel that, you know, when you ask about how do you now take what's happening in each and every country in Africa and bring it all together, so then we come up with the model law. I think the model law is going to be great because it will borrow from the countries that have already gone ahead, like Kenya being one of them. And the reason why we came up with that the amendments to the legislation is because we realized that if we don't get it right together, foreign elements will come in and take advantage. And our people will not really understand how can they leverage, because at the end of the day, Africa has got to protect its resources. And even when it comes to carbon credit, that's a resource. And we have to make sure that that resource comes back to plow into the development and the remedies that we need and the solutions in Africa. Because you might very well end up with companies coming into the country, enjoying carbon credits, being paid in accounts outside, and then very little comes back. So we've got to understand and also dictate, because you see this conversation about the global North and the global South, we've got to really take it seriously. The Paris Agreement, how many of us have really come through the Paris Agreement and understood where we are at? And we know that we keep holding the West into the global North into account, that you've made so many promises. You're the ones who've basically, for lack of a better word, wrecked the environment, because Africa is not guilty of emissions. We are really, really low. But then we are the ones who actually require the resources to be brought in. So that we can save the planet, we can basically ensure that we leave a continent or a world that the next generation can live well. I mean, I've just come back from Greece. The rising temperatures, at one day it was 49. And we actually were supposed to have lunch with a luncheon with the president, and it had to be canceled. You had fires all over. The temperatures at 49, I'll tell you one thing. I mean, I didn't even think about it. I walked out of the hotel, got outside into the parking lot, and the heat was enough to make you feel like your heart wants to explode. That's how hot it was. And it was one of the hottest days in 50 years in Greece. So we look at areas like Kibra. Kibra is a big informal settlement in Nairobi. One of the things is because of urbanization, that settlement, there was not, to find a tree in Kibra is an impossible task. But today, if you relate to them, the fact that these temperatures that you're getting, these widening rivers, these floods that you're getting, all of a sudden the river is coming and washing away people from their houses in the night. If we can break it down to the citizens and make them understand the importance of planting trees, and how do you leverage? So I'm very happy with the civil society in Kenya. Last week, the youth came together and held their own conference, and they decided what is our role. But it was really sad to look at all these civil society and all these youth sitting in a room, putting together a conference, getting sponsors and donors as a precursor to the conference. But then when you ask them in that room, how many of you are employed, right? Almost 80% were unemployed. So how do we then leverage on climate action with job creation? All right. And I think those are the areas that we need to legislate. How do we provide housing for our people and at the same time make the person who's building those houses, right, getting the huge contracts to provide the houses, also participate in planting the 15 billion trees that we have? So we have legislation that's one arm. all right? We have the model law, which we can adapt and look at where our weaknesses are. But the continent speaking with one voice and being able to understand is a key issue. And I really, really feel that Kenya hosting this first Africa Climate Summit, bringing all of us together, when we go for the next COP, we will be in a position to speak with one voice, make demands that we need, so that the carbon credits that are going to be paid out by the countries that actually have caused the problem in the first place will actually be plowed back into Africa. So for me, I think
sorry, that was not me.
I know
that was not me.
It was very low battery.
Thank you. Because it came just at the time when I wanted to invite the room to give a hand of applause for such a brilliant submission. Thank you very much. A number of things you've also said that are interesting, and I'm really intrigued by the way you have framed carbon credit as a resource. I'm sure that's something we need to think deeply about again, because as you probably are aware, it's quite a very controversial subject, and the discussion around it gets quite quickly to extremes. Maybe in that framing, there could be some middle ground where we can start having a more meaningful conversation about carbon credit, especially in terms of ensuring that we don't lose out in the process, because the way it's structured now, we stand to lose in any imaginable way. When I moderate, I like to get involved in the conversation. I'm resisting the temptation. So I'd like to instead invite you into the conversation now. And for the next couple of minutes, maybe 10, if anyone in the room would want to join the conversation, it doesn't necessarily have to be a question. It could be to fill in some of the gaps that have been left, provide a little more clarity, but of course you're invited to ask a question. So the floor is open, and I'm going to give the hand to the first hand that I saw go up. Can someone help with the microphone in the room? Right here at the front. While the microphone is coming, we're going to just go like this, so that when we get to this end, we should have ended the question sessions. Microphone right to the front, please. I wanted to say keep it short and simple, but that's my boss. I wouldn't say that to him.
Okay, you better not say that. Thank you. May I stand like my sister Jacqueline likes to stand before talking. This panel is just the best thing that has happened in the last couple of months. I'm so proud to have been part of this whole thing. And colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it's not for nothing that we have ladies sitting out here. And again, it's not also for nothing that we have two parliamentarians from Kenya sitting here. You know, in 2009, in Copenhagen, African parliamentarians played a major role. At that time, this whole thing was organized by Pan-African Parliamentarian Network on Climate Change. PAP at that time was not so engaged in climate issues. It is thereafter that we started engaging PAP. And one of the things I'd like to tell you is that in the middle of the conference center, they set up their office, an open office. I can see some young comrades that are here that were with us in Copenhagen. And whenever we had something that was not going right, we came back to them, then they would draft a communique, and they had the attention of the international press. It was firefighting. We were at battlefront. One would like to see such a thing again. happen. It is not about these meetings here. It is when you are there. What are we doing? Number two, we've heard repeatedly the Kenyan advancement in this discussion about carbon credit, carbon markets, and all those things. Very important. We need to go where the money is. But we should also take into consideration the aspirations of these women that you represent, the mothers in the village who lose their farms, their crops to droughts or to floods, and the farms are not yielding. The action that has to be taken there is called adaptation. It is called adaptation. We should not forget that it is a priority. It has been the priority of the African continent, and it remains a priority of the African continent. Even in as much as we want to go into these other schemes that we don't yet understand, we should not forget the priority that is given to adaptation. For instance, in that your constituency charity that you represent, if a woman loses her farm to floods, what will you do to her? Will you look for money, a grant, to help her sit up again and feed her children and send them to school? Or you come and tell her something about some carbon market that she would not even understand? Have you ever seen carbon with your eyes? So in this space, ladies and gentlemen, and in this summit, let's take priority to be given to adaptation. We are not against carbon markets and carbon trades, but what needs, and urgently so, is this finance for adaptation. If as women representatives or female representatives, you cannot carry the women's voices, our mothers, our farmers, the rural women, then they will be very, very disappointed. Yes, it is true. Let's play in that market because we don't have to step behind, backward, but let our aspirations be known, especially those of the women. That's a challenge and an assignment I'm giving to all parliamentarians, especially the female parliamentarians that you are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So I'm thinking, how do we make this crystallize? And I like to do it this way. There are only two things or so you do to address the climate crisis: reduce emissions or adapt. And of course, now paying for loss and damage. That's it. Every other thing is how we get to those three things. And so sometimes we get overcarried by all of this new, and we forget what we're really aiming at. These are means to an end. And sometimes if the means are flawed, it's very unlikely that we'll get to the right end. I think, Augustine, without attempting to explain what you've said, could be a way of understanding it. I'd like to give up I know the hands are going up. I've just been told there's a plenary session which has plenty of time for Q&A. And I'd like to invite you all to write down your questions for that session. I'm seeing the hands. You need to drop them now because I've just said I'm not going to take them for that session. And I'm going to invite our panel here to say a few words in response to what Augustine has said. And perhaps one thing that I didn't hear quite much, the challenges that we could be facing in domesticating some of these regional level resolutions at the national level in 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes each. And I'm going to start at the end. And I really want to apologize to everyone who had their hand up. We are going to have plenty of time to discuss. There's going to be plenty of time. Thank you very much.
Okay, when it comes to adaptation, I really can relate to what you've said, because imagine in the olden days, all the houses in the rural areas were made out of mud, all right? And you still have quite a number of houses made out of mud. So, and you know that you're going to have floods, all right? So what do you do then? You start building, introducing buildings that have good sound foundations made out of strong wallings. And that's what's happening even in road infrastructure. You're actually building to be able to withstand the harsh weather conditions that you're going to have. When it comes to agricultural crops, of course, we'll need drought-resistant crops. And that requires a lot of public participation and civic education as well. And one of the things that we have in our laws in Kenya, those are actually enshrined in our laws. So you have to involve the public, you have to educate the public, and then you have to make the investments. Africa wants the compensation that we want from the global north, absolutely, you know, but we also have to make investments in our own budgets to be able to counter all the things that we can see are happening because of the climate change. So that comes into climate action. Recycling. I'll tell you what, some of these products that you have are totally not biodegradable. Like for instance, plastics, the PET, these bottles, you know, they're not biodegradable, 30, 40, 100 years. And, you know, they've yet to find a way. They can recycle the top, but not the PET itself. So what do you do? In Nairobi, we started, and they're eyesores. In Nairobi, we started collecting them, and we thought we could actually do two things: create employment opportunities, stuff them with the cellophane bags again, which are not biodegradable. So we're collecting the cellophane bags, which our goats end up eating, stuff them with the cellophane bags, and then put them as bricks to create walls in our schools. So we've done a sample and we want to hold them to account. And at the same time, all the people who are going out and collecting them are earning an income. So there are interventions. And what I was saying is there have to be labor intensive interventions, because we have to create job opportunities for our people. In Nairobi, we have a lot of slum fires. All right. So what we've done is we've partnered with a company that has these biogases, right? It will help with health. It will stop with the charcoal. We're providing jikos for our women, and it's also not flammable, so we'll have less slum fires. So we are having interventions, and because of carbon credits, they're able to give a $70 cooker to our people at $25. All right. So that way we're able to make sure that more women have a healthy biogas stove to cook with. So there are interventions. What we have to do is publicize them a lot more and support them as governments. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Thank you for the comment you have said in relation with how do we empower women in our grassroots levels and at all levels. It's also a big challenge for all of us, because I remember we have been every time trying to brainstorm the matters of the climate finance, which we have never gotten the perfect solution. But for us as members of parliament, we would prefer, if it will come to be a true story about climate finance, let it be grants where we can empower women, our youth, and the people to do different programs. As for Kenya, we are also pushing, and we are also oversighting other ministries to see what they do in support of women in their different areas and our youth in the country. With also challenges, another big challenge in the entire Africa continent. I think it is a big challenge for all of us. We see how we are going to sort the matters of scarcity on water quality, water quantities in the entire Africa. I know that's another big challenge. We also cannot forget that the girl child is also so much affected. When it comes, a girl can walk for many kilometers in search of water when she was supposed to be in school. Therefore, we have a lot of challenge, all of us colleagues, and also the matters of clean cooking so that we can save our forest. And also we ask ourselves, how do we make sure that our scarce resources are purely utilized very well? And lastly, we might have forgotten also to say another successful story in Kenya about the ban of plastic bags in the country. And lastly, also, if not least, there's matters of marine conservation. I'm also in a committee of blue economy, water, and irrigation, where the government of Kenya, which is led by His Excellency the President, has purely made a new docket to ensure that the people in areas where we have like Indian Ocean, like Lake Victoria, any source of water, rivers and lakes in this country, people are empowered to see they can do many income generating activities within those areas. Thank you so much. God bless you. We can make this Africa a more better continent.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mr. Njamishi. And first of all, I would like to thank you because I told someone today that if you want to make a woman happy, just keep praising that woman every day. And that's what we've just done for this panel. Let's applaud Njamishi. And I will start with a question that you raised in regards to the women. I would say, for example, in Uganda, I would say 70 or less than 70% of women own land. But I know that 80% of women in Uganda are employed in the agricultural sector. And when we're talking about climate disparities, it's the women who walk long distances to look for water when there's drought. And when there is no food on a table, they don't ask a man, they ask a woman. And when it comes to, like the man is the head of the family, but the woman is the heart of the family. So therefore, when we're talking about climate issues, it affects more of a woman based on her daily work than actually the other gender. But that is a wide topic that needs another day. However, in addressing the interests of women, it's important that in all cross-cutting sectors, even when we are talking about climate issues, in education, in health, in a community, there must be equal representation. Inclusion is key. And that's why in our Constitution of Uganda, Article 21, talks about inclusion in all sectors. Although most times, I've left the use, but I'm still useful. I used to be a very aggressive young girl, but now I'm an aggressive young woman. You know why? Most of the time when they are bringing people on the table, they now talk about youth, but you get there and you find that there are very few women. There can never be anything for us without us. So, and this cannot be any different from the climate change action issues. And lastly, you were raising an issue of the Copenhagen. Parliamentarians campaigned at Copenhagen and for inclusion of parliamentarians in the different engagements. This almost lost gap. Now, we have the African Parliamentarians Network. I know at the Pan-African Parliament, we initiated engagement of Pan-African Parliament, mobilizing parliamentarians across the continent to make sure parliaments take a center stage at the ongoing UNCCC. This year, since we're talking about the Accountability Corps, we are trying to liaise with the different parliamentarians across, not only even Africa alone. We want to go to the UNFCCC when we are really stronger, and togetherness is our strength. Let us come with African position, and that's why I call upon Senator Kajwang. Today you mentioned here that we are going to have an event with the Senate, and let the Pan-African Parliament leader be put on the agenda that day to present our position as the continent, so that together we move as a team to build forward for Africa in terms of our interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much once again. And I would like to thank Mr. Augustine for appreciation. Really, we are very powerful ladies, and women are coming up in East Africa and in all Africa. So men, watch. What I want to say will be a little bit different from the honorable members, my colleagues who spoke here, is that as members of parliament, one of the cardinal roles is to allocate budget. So when I saw the budget of South Sudan, we passed a budget of 1.8 trillion. But when you see the budget which is allocated towards environment and the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, I even don't want to mention it. So how will they carry their activity? This year on the Environment Day, I called the Minister of Environment and Forestry, and she's a very strong lady, by the way. She's trying her best level. She told me, Dr. Wada, we are not celebrating the Environment Day this year, but I will go to one of the states to inspect the forest. Why? Because there was no budget. I wanted Pakistan, South Sudan to be part of that, celebration. The other thing, education. We need to educate and do a lot of outreach. You know, the school children, those, let me say this, and I'm sorry, the children who are in international schools, they know about how to dispose the waste for plastic, where to put those. They're so much aware, but those who are in national school, the national schools, sometimes they're not given that awareness. So it is our role to give awareness to our people. Let me say this, I don't know some member of the executive here, but because this is a parliamentarian gathering, sometimes the executive members who are holding position are not really much aware about what's happening. So when it comes to decision making, it's a problem for us. The other thing is that when we give some banning, like South Sudan has banned the plastic use the single plastic use for bags in 2015. 2015, 8 years from now, but it was not enforced. Why? Because there was not alternative measures given. So when you enact a law, you have to give alternative measures to the citizen, and you have also to enforce that law, because without enforcement, there will not be any result. And I want also to comment on Rwanda, one of the East African countries, which is really leading, and Kenya is following Rwanda. So we have really to follow these countries. The other thing is that we have to also involve all the stakeholders. You know, for us alone, we can't do anything. We have to involve all the stakeholders, religious leaders. Before coming here, I was talking to a religious leader. I told him about COP28, what we are preparing. And he said, you know, I can't understand this, but I came to him from the Bible perspective. I'm a Christian. And I told him, you know, we have been given this land by God, and we are like custodian of this land. So what we have done from our activities and our greed and all these things, we have affected the ozone level. We have affected our water bodies are very polluted, all these things. Now he started to understand. And he even told me I might preach on this because now it is very relevant to me. So we have really to simplify these things so that everyone be on board and we can involve everyone, and together we can. I want also to applaud what Augustine is doing in his own country. He is encouraging the farmers to use natural fertilizers. And now they have a lot of harvest. You know, we can do a little bit of here and there, and when we come together, we can do and change our Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think this has been a very impressive panel that deserves a better hand clap than that one. And ladies, thank you very much for your insights. The conversation we were having, I'm going to summarize it with questions because I think it's a reflection that needs to continue. We probably haven't touched everything we needed to touch, but the idea was we really wanted to figure out how national parliaments have incorporated the resolutions from Mid-RAN, what the main challenges and opportunities exist in doing so, but also how national parliaments have engaged other stakeholders. And I think we had elements of that in the conversation that we've just had. But we've also had some best practices, things that we can take home and replicate or reformulate and apply at the different contexts in which we operate, but also how can national parliaments enhance their collaboration and coordination with PAP, but also with other regional parliamentary bodies in promoting climate policy and equity on the continent. Thank you very much for contributing to that conversation. I'd like to invite you now to take your seats with another Mighty hand of applause for the ladies. All right, Charles. So we're just about breaking for lunch, but before that, Charles has one bit to introduce.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, I really beg for indulgence. I know we are so much pressed with time. And I know we are just about to go for lunch. But I want to invite Senator Kajwang, who is going to introduce, one of our guests who has an appointment with the president in the next few minutes. And therefore, he may not be able to talk to us in the afternoon. So I don't want to introduce him. I want to ask Senator Kajwang to come forward and introduce our guest who just walked in. Tell us who he is and what he's up to. Thank you, Senator Kajwang.
Thank you very much. We have been joined by the Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Climate Summit, Mr. Joseph Nganga. I'm very impressed that he was able to find time to be with us, because as a CEO of such an important event on a day like this, I am sure that everyone wants a piece of you. And I'm glad that you have submitted a piece of yourself to members of parliament from across Africa. Joseph Nganga has just about 10 or 15 minutes to share some insights with us on the role that we as parliamentarians can play in influencing the Africa Climate Summit. Parliaments do not act in vain. I do not believe that there is any parliament across Africa that acts in vain. The conversation we are having here today should be geared towards certain outcomes. And we are clear in our minds that our conversation today should have an impact or should influence the Nairobi Declaration that we expect to be read out on the 5th or the 6th of September. As the CEO takes the stage, let me just make it clear that issues to do with climate, parliamentarians have got a very central role to play. The Paris Agreement, which binds most of us, and which is a basis upon which we are having this conversation, for it to come into effect, it had to be ratified by national parliaments. And so Parliament was the natural starting point for the commitments that countries signed to under the Paris Agreement. Along the way, in terms of implementing the Paris Agreement, I think we have dropped the ball as parliamentarians. We ratified the Paris Agreement, domesticated it as national laws, and then we handed over the baton to the national executive to do whatever they wanted to do under the Paris Agreement. There are instruments under the Paris Agreement. For example, the nationally determined contributions. There are actions under the Paris Agreement, like the global stocktake. To what extent are members of parliament involved? I have taken the position that any instrument arising out of statute should be viewed as a statutory instrument and therefore subject to parliamentary approval. But we have not insisted on that as far as NDCs are concerned, as far as climate action plans are concerned, and as far as national plans and commitments that go to Conference of Parties are concerned. I know that is a very broad conversation, which perhaps Mr. Nganga might not be able to deal with because it entails politics, it entails policy, and it entails procedure. But because we have the Africa Climate Summit that is beginning in a few days, I will give the stage for about 10 minutes or so to Mr. Joseph Nganga. And Bona Nganga, one of the asks that members of parliament have is that some came to Nairobi without having been accredited. And so we are not going to have a situation where members of parliament are loitering around Uhuru Park, and yet there are conversations going on at KICC. So I hope that your administrative team is here with you to ensure that all the African MPs present in Nairobi, if they've not been accredited or registered, then it is resolved that they should be accredited and registered with immediate effect. Tumkaribishe Bwana CEO.
Thank you, Senator Ketrang. Good afternoon, everybody. I thought I should stand up before he commits me to any more things, including accreditation. But I do agree that it cannot be that you've come all the way to Nairobi and then you're not able to join the most important conversation on the continent. So I will ask that through the very, very able team of Pakja, Charles, and Philip, that those of you who are in town share your names, and we will try and get you accredited. It's already past time, but I will do the best I can. The role of parliamentarians at the Africa Climate Summit. I would actually turn that around and ask, what would you like to do with the Africa Climate Summit as parliamentarians? And the reason I would like to ask that is because His Excellency, and there goes my phone, excuse me, His Excellency has gone out to the world and in his capacity as chair of CAHOSC, said that Africa has solutions. Africa is not just a victim. Yes, we are suffering the biggest brunt of pollution, of climate change, even though we are the lowest polluter, but we're not just gonna sit back and wallow in our problems. We want fair treatment. We want to be compensated. We want resources to come to our continent so we can address the climate challenge, but we also want to be part of the solution. And the way I think about it, listening to parliamentarians more generally, is that kind of vision, that kind of forward thinking requires that legislatures decide what they want to use their role as we think about the climate agenda. And there are several ways. If you look at the Africa Climate Summit, it is being run concurrently with Africa Climate Week. Those are the biggest platform in the year to address this pivotal moment on climate change. You have experience creating laws, supporting countries create laws. Your participation in the summit is crucial for you influencing those conversations so that what you know is needed in terms of laws, in terms of legislation, goes back with all the members to their countries so that they can engage their specific countries. Now, Africa Climate Week, Africa Climate Summit, what has been the role of parliamentarians in the creation of Africa Climate Summit? First and foremost, as a country, Kenya has a parliament, and the cabinet secretary for the Ministry of Environment has engaged the parliamentarians in Kenya, the Senate, the local government, and through that process, we've developed some of the content for the summit. What that means is, if you think about the summit, and I don't know if you heard from His Excellency this morning, he sent apologies. Well, then let me quickly talk about what the summit is about. The summit has 5 pillars, and the 5 pillars are what does Africa have to contribute to the climate agenda. Number 1 is our human capital. We are the youngest continent in the world. Number 2, mineral resources. Number 3, we have one of the largest carbon sinks in the Congo Basin. Those are the lungs of the world. Number 4, we have 60% of the arable land globally. And number 5, we have some of the largest renewable energy resources in the world. But those resources have always been with us and they will continue to be with us. Why haven't we been able to unlock them? Because the world finance architecture does not empower us as Africans to unlock those resources into real outcomes, into real opportunities. And the urgency around it is, in addition to the climate finance required to unlock those opportunities, is we need to be prepared to adapt. Africa's climate impacts are locked in for the next 20 years. So it's not about mitigation. Mitigation is very, very important. But even more important is adaptation. And so the 2 cross-cutting themes across the summit, across those 5 pillars, are climate finance. We need the right kind of resources to unlock, we need the right kind of money to unlock our resources. And number 2, we must emphasize adaptation. So then if goes back to the discussion we are having here. How do you, as parliamentarians, influence the summit? And in exchange, the summit outcomes then are suited for the continent and its needs. One, by participating. So thank you. I will make sure that those of you who submit your names, I will make an effort to make sure you can participate. Two is to engage in discourse. We will have a lot of side panels. We have a lot of side events. Those are areas where your voice needs to be heard. You need to be communicating your perspective, but also listening to what is being discussed. Because the breadth of climate includes everything from water to agriculture to livelihoods. And so hearing your perspective and all those topics will ensure that the outcomes of the summit then are addressing your needs in terms of parliamentarians and the people you represent. The next thing I would say is we have online participation. There will be full streaming of the entire summit. There's an app as well. I will make sure that Philip or Charles shares with you the app so that if you're not able to participate in person, you're able to follow the proceedings. Those proceedings will include Q&A and you'll be able to ask questions and those questions will be voted on and the panels will be able to be asked the most important questions. So your interactive participation in the Africa Climate Summit is crucial to ensuring that the outcome is representative of what we as Africa needs and the people you represent as parliamentarians are clearly being articulated. And what is it that we're looking at as the outcome of this summit? We have 5 outcomes, and the most crucial one is an AU outcome, which is an Africa Leaders Declaration. But an African Leaders Declaration is not just about presidents. It's about the countries they represent. It's about the parliamentarians in those countries and so on. So it is crucial that that declaration, which is currently being circulated by the AU to feed back into the declaration, and there'll be a discussion among ministers on Monday that you have inputted your ideas and your thoughts, and you've helped us really flesh it out. Why is that really important? Because that is part of what we as Africans must hold together as our position, engaging the world from a climate action perspective. I want to be very clear that we are fully supportive of all the work that's currently happening with the Africa Group of Negotiators, the discussions around the $100 billion commitment, the focus on doubling adaptation funding, the 0.7% of countries' revenues towards ODA and so on. But what we are saying is, as a continent, that is not enough. That would generate hundreds of billions of dollars towards adaptation and mitigation. But we need trillions. By 2030, if we're going to maintain below 1.5 degrees, we need trillions. That quantum change in income or revenues must come from somewhere. And if we as Africans don't state that very clearly, that money will always be subjected to politics in other parts of the world. So the declaration, the discussions around the summit are really to tease out what is it that Africa should be asking for, should be positioning itself for, should be clearly articulating in terms of needs. And that means global revenues that are not subject to regional politics or country politics, maritime tax, aviation fuel, and fossil fuel tax at source. But then that money cannot be governed as it's governed today. The world banks of the world are governed based on shareholding. The shareholding of the World Bank is based on a country's ability to contribute. So of course, their priorities will always be influenced by their shareholding, which is not largely us on the continent. So we need a new governance that drives the right way of deciding how that investment is made. And who better than parliamentarians to help guide on governance? It is your bread and butter, isn't it? So being able to influence how we think about governance will be crucial. And the third part is how we invest. Our countries are facing significant challenges. I give the example of Malawi that over the last 2 years with 3 cyclones has over $1 billion worth of infrastructure damage. Now, if you ask Malawi to go back to the lenders and borrow to build that infrastructure back for $1 billion, they won't get it. Why? Because given COVID, given Ukraine, the challenges of our countries from an economic perspective has meant that we have very little fiscal room to keep borrowing. And in any case, why should we subject our poorest, most challenged communities with additional debt caused by climate impact, which we as Africans had very little to do with? So on the investment side, the decision has to be that the investment will be from a needs climate impact perspective and not by ability to borrow. Today, if you put two countries together, Kenya and Malawi, Kenya has a much better capacity to borrow than Malawi, but Malawi suffers a lot more from climate change. So being able to make those decisions is also crucial in ensuring that we're engaging correctly in terms of climate finance and how we prioritize investments in this new world where we must think about not just development, but also climate impact. So I will stop there and say that clearly there's a lot that parliamentarians need to be involved in shaping the Africa Climate Summit, in shaping the discourse, but crucially in taking what is the foundation. The Africa Climate Summit is an inaugural summit. It's a journey. The outcomes of the summit will go into UNGA, they'll go into COP28 and beyond. Your voices are crucial in ensuring that that journey is representative of us as the continent, is speaking to our country's needs, and builds on all the wonderful work that has been done, but amplifies that work by insisting on urgency and scale in terms of interventions. Thank you.
Joseph Nganga executes with military precision, exactly 10 minutes. If there's going to be feedback, then we must deal with it also with similar precision. Is there any query which then we can handle with respect to region, age, and gender? Starting from this side, going once, twice, in the middle, going once, twice, Jacqueline. And here, who has a question to ask? Midika, you have all the answers, you don't have questions. And then there's a gentleman at the end, the lady there, and our sister from Somalia. Let's start from here. Could someone help us with the microphones, please? And make them questions, because this gentleman here is a rare commodity. Please proceed.
I would like to thank everyone who spoke about this matter. You emphasized, you said it, 5 pillars. So could you kindly repeat? So I would like to comprehend more. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to the next table. I think it's fair that we ask all the questions and you respond jointly. Yeah. Is that your preference, Charles?
That works.
We consolidate. Okay. Let's proceed to the next table.
Thank you. My name is Agnes Airo from Save the Children. I think I speak on behalf of children. For next week, we are currently struggling with just having children be part of those discussions, because I think with what we are seeing and the age that sits here and those that are going to sit next week, we know for a fact that children are the ones who are bearing the brunt of climate change, and they're the leaders of tomorrow. So if we also don't listen to what they are talking about to ensure that they have a safe and meaningful participation next week, I think we could be losing track in terms of how best we can support them with what you are looking at in terms of financing to just have adaptation issues in terms of the loss and damage that you've spoken about. So kindly, through you, I would really ask that on behalf of these children, a few of them just to have and have a stake there for the decision makers to actually see firsthand what really happens when children are affected by climate change.
Thank you. The role of children. I'm sure the question of the role of youth will come up. And I've seen someone who's working with the youth, I think, Youth Summit. Let's go to the gentleman there.
Yes.
And we might need translation services, unless you are okay with
Yes, I think you need the translation because I'm going to speak in French. Je suis Martin de la RDC.
Okay, so please make it a question.
Ma question est simple. Il y a plusieurs activités qui se tiennent, notamment en ce qui concerne les jeunes. Je voudrais avoir une précision auprès de vous. Comment les préoccupations des jeunes, parce qu'il y a beaucoup d'activités, de préoccupations de jeunes qui seront produites. Comment ces préoccupations seront prises en compte dans le cadre du sommet et notamment dans la déclaration finale du sommet?
Thank you for that. That's the contribution of the youth. We come to Jacqueline, and I'll indulge the lady from I think the Tree Initiative. Let's start with Jacqueline Amonin from IALA.
Okay, thank you so much, Senator Kajwang, and thank you, CEO. This is a very great opportunity that you have us here with the parliamentarians. My question is, most of the time, in terms of domestication of all these multilateral goals that we come up with, targeted for parliamentarians so that they are domesticatable. But when it comes to participation, parliamentarians are not given direct participation. Either we come on side events or blah, blah. There's no clear modus operandi on how parliaments can engage. We want to appreciate the fact that you have organized this. So my interest right now to you is, being the CEO of Africa Climate Summit, can there be a slot for our communique as parliamentarians? Because we've started this process from May, to be presented at the summit itself. That's one. And then in the future climate events, is there a way we can formally participate as parliament, like the way you've organized for other interest groups? Because parliament is one of the strong stakeholders, especially in terms of domestication of all these frameworks that we come up with. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jacqueline. I think that's Nalala Tree Foundation, the lady in the colorful regalia.
Thank you so much. Once again, I'm Edith Santian. You actually want to appreciate the excellent presentation that you've done, and you've broken it in a very simple manner. And mine is on concern of the accreditations, because it's good because we have the members of parliament around in this house today. And given that we have the climate summit and most of the international conferences that are held pertaining climate justice or maybe climate change in Kenya or maybe outside Kenya, we usually have a lot of restrictions when it comes to accreditations to our local people. And so we given an email, a response is given in an email and an official communication is given, but giving an access to the rooms or maybe to actually give a contribution is usually so much restricted. So is there a way that maybe our legislators in the House, or maybe in conjunction to PACJA and the rest of the representatives that are responsible for accreditations, to make it work easier for those that are coming from indigenous communities or maybe grassroots organizations that actually CBOs, those are community-based, can easily get an access? Because at some point you go to the UN, maybe you have a presentation to do, and it's very difficult for us to do a presentation.
Thank you. Here in the middle, who was designated? Is that the end of the questions? I've seen someone who's working on the Youth Summit. Anita, do you want to say the role of youth in this? And was there a final hand on that side? Just one final one? Okay, we deal with the youth. Okay, that then should be the final question, and then we come back to Charles.
Thank you very much. My name is Anita Soina. I work with the African Youth Climate Assembly, and just to acknowledge that we have received support from the Africa Climate Summit, from the CEO himself, who has supported us through since May till now, organizing a youth assembly that is bringing together young people from across Africa. We definitely would love to have every young person in a room, but it's not possible to fit in. So we have tried to also use our digital platforms to showcase, because the youth assembly is mainly focusing on showcasing youth solutions to locally to global climate challenges. So we invite you to engage. It starts tomorrow on the 1st to the 3rd, and His Excellency Dr. William Samuel Ruto will be opening the event. So engage. You'll see it on the official website of the summit as well. Thank you very much.
So the youth are being treated better than members of parliament. What would I do to be youth again? The last question there. Please make sure you're on record.
Okay, my name is Ahmed Fathi. I'm representing Belgium in Egypt, and my question is, how do we how we put in our work for the Africa Summit to implement the outcomes of it? Many of us, before we have attended climate weeks and everywhere, now we have Africa Climate Summit. How we can make it implemented on the ground, and what kind of youth voices will be at the high level in the meeting, and our voices will be heard for climate justice or not? Thank you.
Thank you. They hosted us in Sharm el-Sheikh last year. Joseph Nganga, please, you may respond.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang, and thank you for all those very important questions. So the 5 pillars are infrastructure, they are green minerals and manufacturing. This is an exam, I have to remember all of them now, don't I? It's natural capital, it's renewable energy, and yes, arable land. So, but that's under agriculture. So it's agriculture, it's infrastructure, it's green minerals and manufacturing, renewable energy, and natural capital. So our carbon sinks in the Congo Basin and so on. And all that is on the website. And I do hope you participate in the summit because it's all built around those resources and how we unlock them. The youth question is hugely important because again, with my gray hairs, I'm not going to be around for a very long time. But the youth and their children and great-grandchildren are the next generations that either could be huge victims, or if we find the right solution, when we find the right solutions, we don't have an option, could benefit from this work. But you cannot build something for someone if they're not in the room, if they're not sharing their perspectives. And so that's why we will do a lot better with parliamentarians, Senator, but that's why we've centralized a lot of the support to think about the youth. It's not enough. We cannot get the millions of youth on the continent into Nairobi. So what we've done is make sure that they have live streaming on their sessions. This will be available on the app, on YouTube, and they'll be able to interact with the panels through questions, and the questions will be upvoted to try and hear what they have to say, their contributions and their engagements. We also have them in deal rooms because a lot of youth are very innovative, and we'll be showcasing some of the innovations at the summit. But there's a lot more innovation that's happening in what we call in Kenya mashinani. Senator, what is mashinani in English? In the grassroots, thank you. There's a lot of innovations happening in the grassroots, and we need to make sure that we're not just thinking about those who have the visibility and the resources to travel to international summits. But I remember PACCHA convened CSOs when I first got this role. And one thing that stuck with me that continues to remind me every day is that indigenous people have ways and means of adapting to climate change, to the environment. And if we design those solutions in the city, they might be very well intentioned, but if the indigenous people are not in the room, they probably won't work. And so I apply the same formula to the innovations that the young people are coming up with. So in addition to the physical deal rooms, we'll also have a virtual deal room. And this morning I committed $5,000 to the youth to decide how they're going to allocate that to the most innovative young people across the continent, working on innovative ideas towards adaptation. On the issue of side events and parliamentarians being relegated to side events, I apologize that I did not do well enough to make sure that the parliamentarians were part of center of designing this program. And in the future, I think we need to be a lot more proactive as parliamentarians, because this has been a rather inclusive process, but it's been an inclusive process based on who approaches us, rather than us structuring and segmenting the different groups and then very aggressively engaging each of them, partly because of time. I've only been around for 2 months. So not to make excuses, but to ask that you reciprocate that openness by also engaging when you see this organization, these events being organized, engaging in a very strong way. And I think the civil society has done a really good job with having developed the 11 thematic working groups, we having thought about the summit even before they could engage with myself. So I think there's a track record there that we can even strengthen more in ensuring that we are hearing your voices. But in terms of what we can do now that we are here as a group, it would be fantastic if you developed a communique, an outcome of your gathering, and we try and have it presented at the conclusion of the summit. So we will have a declaration, and that's by African leaders. And then there's an opportunity, if we have time, and if I hear from you, again, I'll go through Pakja because they know where to find me, in time with a communique, that you appoint somebody among you to speak for your group and speak to that communique. If you can arrange that in the next couple of days, I commit to trying to find a slot during the declaration session on Wednesday for you to indicate what your thoughts have been around this topic. On the issue of accreditation, again, I will ask that we go through Pakja for those who have not been accredited so that we see how we can help you. I want to caveat that I'm going to do my best, but it's already over 28,000 registered attendees, and I don't run security and protocol, but I will do what I can as the CEO in engaging the bodies that are responsible for those decisions. On the implementation of outcomes, it's really good that you're from Egypt, and it's really good that you raised the question, because we had such a great COP27 in Egypt. But what are the outcomes out of that summit? There were lots and lots and lots of announcements. How do we make sure that it's not just announcements, but we actually have them implemented? So as part of that effort, we've been engaging the COP27 presidency to learn from your experience, to learn how we can make sure that the outcomes of Nairobi lead into implementation. And so we'll be very focused on the fifth outcome, which is a roadmap. We have spent a lot of time tracking country commitments towards what they will support, what the international community is saying they will support in the Africa climate agenda. We will have a roadmap, it will be public, we will have it online, and in every forum, we'll bring it back up to make sure that we are holding ourselves and those around us accountable for implementation. And I hope that you as parliamentarians will help in that agenda, because you have a voice, you must use it, you have a continent-wide footprint. This is an AU summit, you're connected to the AU, that you use your platform to ensure that what comes out of the summit is actually actualized. And with that, Senator, people are very hungry, I can tell.
Exactly 27 minutes. Exactly 27 minutes. Joseph, thank you. We want to wish you well. This summit must succeed.
It will.
Not just for Kenya, not just for Africa, but for the world. If you had plans of flying back after this Pan-African Parliament and I think now Joseph has news for you. He's going to find your accreditation, and please plan to be around until please try to be around until the conclusion of the summit. But I think one very important and very clear communication is that if we can come up with an MP's position, again, he will endeavor. I think endeavor sounds like better English than
I'll defer to you.
He will endeavor to provide a window for the MP's position to be communicated. But also importantly, from Pakja, if there's a draft position that is circulating already, then maybe this afternoon, we might want to look at that draft position and see how it compares with the desires that we had from Midrand and from all the other engagements that we have had. And I think that is our action internally.
Yeah.
Jacqueline Amongin?
Yeah, just to give you information, we already started this process in Midrand and the communique is in development. So just put in the order paper so that a communique will be presented.
Okay, the direction is that MPs are ready and they will have a position. So what you need to do is just to secure the slot. Thank you. Thank you, Joseph Nganga. Thank you very much. That segment has taken exactly 30 minutes. And perhaps we need to be rewarded with lunch. But let me hand over to Pakja.
So thank you so much, Senator Kajwang. Thank you so much, CEO, for securing some time. to be with us. I know after this he's running all the way to State House to meet the president. So thank you so much, Joseph, for your intervention. Now, sorry for committing such a bad crime, to keep the members of parliament hungry. If you're hungry, then the rest of Africa will be hungry. So thank you for your patience. I think now lunch is served, and I want to give guidance around how lunch is going to be served. We are going to go all the way to Nyamachoma zone. Those of you who have been here know where Nyamachoma zone is, but Karo is there. Karo, if you can stand. So Karo is going to usher in our members of parliament. Your tables are reserved. That is table 8 and 9. I'm told 9 and 10. So that's a table where our members of parliament will sit, and together with them, we are going to have, of course, party leadership. And we have Professor Safo, who is a walking encyclopedia on matters climate negotiations, and he's going to come in the afternoon, immediately after lunch, to tell us the plans that the AGN has for COP28. So we take notice, of your presence, Professor, and we're grateful for your being with us. So lunch is served. Kaidri, let us proceed, and we come back in about 45 minutes so that we can go on with the rest of the program. Bon appetit. All right, Caro, are the bags safe here? I'm told the vouchers are actually given out, so please don't go without your voucher. So as you step out, kindly take your voucher from the secretariat. Thank you so much.
wanafaa waende. Ni maana
Fika pale bwana, tumepelekana mbio watu.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you have taken your meal and that you are ready for the afternoon session. We are sorry this ought to have started at 2, but as you can see, we are always 2 hours. We had scheduled, but at least we were able to save some time with Joseph's presentation. And therefore, I think the afternoon session will be a bit easy. Well, the challenge of speaking in the afternoon is that people will start agreeing with me. But I really hope that you can at least pay some little bit of attention, to the process this afternoon. We hope to finish quite early so that people can be able to take their rest. I know there are those that arrived early this morning. Others arrived very late in the night, and therefore we don't want to really keep you for so long. So we have 2 sessions for this afternoon, and one of the sessions is going to be handled by our guru, in matters climate negotiations. And that is Professor Seth Osafo, who is a legal advisor to the Africa Group of Negotiators. I think his experience in climate change is as old as climate change itself. And we are privileged to have him today. He's actually representing his chair, Efri Shitima, who was unable to be with us today because as we are talking, the Africa Group of Negotiators is having a meeting in Nairobi, also in preparation for COP28. So this particular summit that we conducted in South Africa in May, and which we are actually following up, within these 2 days, it's not only just focusing on the Africa Climate Summit, but we're looking at the ultimate picture or the ultimate, target, which is COP28, that will be hosted by Dubai or in Dubai in November and December of this year. And therefore, our soldiers, our frontline soldiers, when it comes to climate negotiations, is Africa Group of Negotiators, or the Africa Negotiators, coordination group. And Osafo, having sat in that particular group for so long, he has all what it takes really to represent the chair and to take us through exactly. And Osafo, having sat in all what it takes as we really to represent the chair, as we head to COP28. We can also be able to give our input. We can also be able to give our inputs in terms of what parliamentarians and of course civil society want to see in that particular document, so that they can be able to use that feedback to enrich it. Now that the AGN is still around in Nairobi. So without much ado, therefore, allow me to humbly request you to clap for Professor Osafo as he takes the floor to share his wealth of knowledge with us. Welcome, Professor.
Thank you, Charles, for your very kind introduction. And honorable members of the Pan-African Parliament, PACJA friends, and dear colleagues, it's an honor and a privilege for me to be with you this afternoon. I've had the privilege of being with African members of Parliament for quite some time now. At Sharm el-Sheikh last year, I was invited by the members of Parliament around to brief them on the status of the negotiations, so they will know where things are, and also the expectations. What do we expect out of Sharm el-Sheikh? The outcome is known. And then also I had the opportunity to be with members of Parliament as well as PACJA members in Midrand. Then a few months ago, I was with the activists, the school, summer school, climate change summer school. And here we are again. And this afternoon, we are going to look at what to expect in Dubai. As you all very well know, Africa speaks with one voice during the negotiations. There's no dissenting. The mandate given to the negotiators by our heads of states and our ministers is that we should speak with one voice. And to be able to do that, we prepare, we strategize. In fact, the meeting currently taking place in UNEP is for the African group to prepare its position for the COP in November in Dubai. Now, when you hear of COP, it sounds so simple, but it's not that simple. We say, in short, COP28, but it has 5 meetings at the COP. And if you've never been there, you will completely get lost. You will think it is a circus because there's so much happening. Unless you are focused, you will just go there for the 2 weeks and not know what happens there. There are 5 key groups involved. COP28 for the Conference of the Parties. So we have 3 basic instruments and 5 institutions. The COP represents the parties to the convention, to put it short. And then the 18th session of the COP also serves as the meeting of the parties for the Kyoto Protocol. So we have 3 main instruments. One is the convention, that is the mother instrument. Then we have the Kyoto Protocol. And the latest legal instrument is the Paris Agreement, which was adopted in 2015 and entered into force in 2016. But somehow, the Paris Agreement has assumed such prominence that it has overshadowed the other legal instruments. So when you go to the COP, know that you are going to consider issues emerging from the convention, from the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. All these have been grouped into one, and we call it COP28. But you ought to know that there will be separate agendas for each of these treaties. And then also we have 2 subsidiary bodies, and this can get confusing. We have 2 subsidiary bodies, the subsidiary body for implementation, the subsidiary body for scientific and technological advice. And these 2 subsidiary bodies serve the convention, serve the protocol, and serve the Paris Agreement. So you go to, let me give you the acronyms for short. SBI, Subsidiary Body for Implementation. There is a time when they will consider issues relating to the convention. And then another time they will take up the agenda. The subsidiary body will be considering issues relating to the Kyoto Protocol. The same subsidiary body could be at some point taking up issues regarding the Paris Agreement. So you need to look at the agendas to see what is going to happen at which time. And I think it's important that when you go to a COP, you should be focused. Otherwise, you'll be lost, as I said earlier. In addition to considering the agendas of these 3 bodies and their subsidiary bodies, you would also have lots of side events. And the report we are getting at the moment is that the COP in Dubai might be the largest, and they are possibly expecting close to about 70,000. Now you can imagine. And so get yourself in readiness. And the participants will be representing governments, intergovernmental organizations, non-governmental organizations, academia, the private sector, indigenous people, the media, and all. So it is a motley crowd, it's a mixture. But the main focus will be on the participants representing governments who will do the negotiations. Now, as we go into COP28, there is a report that came out in March from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And this is the scientific body that provides scientific input into the climate change negotiations. It comprises of about over 1,000 scientists from all over the world. And they meet and they prepare reports on climate change, its impacts, and what is going to be expected in the future. And they have so far issued 6 assessment reports. The latest one, which was, the latest one, which came out in March, is not very conducive for us because it's saying that we are reaching a critical position. The report reaffirms the grave magnitude of the global climate crisis and the shortcomings of the current actions to counteract it. So it means that the actions we are taking now to address climate change will not solve it. The reports underscore that despite contributing minimally, and this is the situation with Africa, to historical and current greenhouse gas emissions, Africa is disproportionately subjected to the far-reaching impacts of climate change. I think this has been said over and over again. The continent of Africa is the most vulnerable. At the same time, it is the least able to cope, and its impact is affecting the continent. And it's affecting biodiversity loss, dwindling water supplies, diminished food production, loss of human lives, and constrained economic growth. This is what the IPCC, the scientific body that provides advice on climate change, is telling us. And furthermore, the IPCC reports estimate that developing countries will face an overwhelming burden of adaptation costs, reaching an annual figure of $127 billion. Specifically for Africa, the annual cost by 2030 is projected to be a staggering $86.5 billion. We say this is adaptation is our priority, and I'll come on to that. But the resources, the financing that will be needed to adequately address adaptation to climate change impacts in Africa is huge. And this stark reality underscores the urgent need for international solidarity, financial support, and robust climate action to help Africa cope with this existential threat. Now, what is the significance of COP28 as we go into it? It's a particular significance as it marks a critical juncture in the global response to climate change. The Paris Agreement was adopted 2015, entered into force 2016. And among the treaties that we have, it was the fastest to enter into force. Within a space of 1 year, we have received the ratifications to enable it into force. Let me go back a little bit. The convention, the United Nations Framework Convention, was adopted in May 1992. It entered into force in 1995. It took 3 years. And COP1 was held in Berlin in 1995. Then soon after the adoption of the convention, parties started another set of negotiations. This was the Kyoto Protocol. Again, it took 2 years to negotiate the Kyoto Protocol, and it was adopted in 1997, December. But it took 8 years to enter into force. It entered into force in 2005. So for 8 years, parties were waiting for the Kyoto Protocol to enter into force. But the significance of the Kyoto Protocol at that time was that it entailed specific emission reduction targets on the part of the developed countries. The developed countries who are historically responsible for what we are facing now, climate change, the growth in greenhouse gas emissions, agreed at that meeting to take necessary steps to reduce their emissions of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And for that reason, they were giving targets in an annex on how to reduce their emissions. But one major challenge we had was that one big country, the world's largest emitter of greenhouse gases at that time, 1997, was the United States. The United States was responsible at that time for about 25% of total greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. At that time, China has not come up to that stage. But now, China and the United States are the world's largest contributors of greenhouse gas emissions into the atmosphere. Now, the United States participated in the negotiations all right. It signed the Kyoto Protocol, but did not ratify. And if a country does not ratify a treaty, it has no obligation whatsoever to implement its provisions. It may have participated in the negotiations. It may have signed, but without ratification, it is not a party. And the United States did not become a party to the Kyoto Protocol. And that was a problem to other developed countries, because they said, look, if the world's largest emitter does not want to become party to this treaty, why should the responsibility be ours alone? And particularly, it was the EU, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and some of these countries. And so, even though they agreed to implement the protocol, there was an underlying current that we ought to get something that will be accepted to the United States for it to become a party to the treaty. And that is how we got the Durban platform and started the negotiations, which resulted in the adoption of the Paris Agreement in 2015. So here we are in 2023. And one of the important things that we've got in the Paris Agreement is Article 14, and it talks about global stocktake. It says that there should be a global stocktake in 2023. So it means that this year, the parties to the Paris Agreement are going to take stock of what they have been doing to implement the Paris Agreement. And the process started in June in Bonn. A number of dialogues were held, preparing for the global talk take. And it's going to be an important feature come November at COP28. And parties are going to take stock. Where are we after what, 7 years, 8 years? Have we been able to achieve our objectives? Have we been able to reduce our emissions of greenhouse gases as we had agreed upon in 2005 and entered into force in 2015 and entered into force in 2016? And already the IPCC report, its sixth assessment report, has indicated that we are not doing that well. In actual fact, they say that if we continue as we are doing, by 2030, we will possibly exceed the 2 degrees rise that we are all afraid of. And parties are going to look at the nationally determined contributions that have been submitted by parties, but we'll get there. And so for Africa in the negotiating process, I just want to understand how Africa negotiates. We have a chair of the African Group of Negotiators. And currently, the chair is from Zambia. Let me say that it rotates every 2 years. The chair of the African Group of Negotiators rotates every 2 years. And it moves among the 5 sub-regional groups of Africa. So we have North Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa, and East Africa. These are the 5 sub-regional groups comprising the African group. And the chair comes from one of the sub-regional groups. After 2 years, it moves on to another sub-regional group. So currently, we have Zambia in the chair. And then also the African group is supported by the African Ministerial Conference of the Environment, AMSEN. They also meet regularly. The ministers meet to look at issues and to advise the African Group of Negotiators as to what to do. And they met, I think last week or last 2 weeks in Addis Ababa, together with some of the African Group of Negotiators to consider where we've come from last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, what are our preparations towards Dubai, and what are the issues that should be of interest on the priority of Africa. And then also, the African Summit of Head of States have also designated a committee of the summit. That is a committee of the African Heads of States and Governments on Climate Change. And currently, Kenya is a coordinator of the CAHOSC, as we call it. So we have got an institutional structure as far as the negotiations on climate change is concerned. And the main mandate is that Africa must have a common position, no deviation. And so in the negotiations, we so coordinate that by the time we start the negotiations, we have the agreed African position. And that is what we pursue. Now, as we go into COP28, what are some of the priorities? Let me say that strengthening adaptation action is what we consider our #1 priority. It's always been so. Why? And a number of developing countries, we have suffered loss and damage as a result of climate change. And over the years, this argument has been going on. But at least there was a move forward at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh. For the first time in the negotiations, agreement was reached to set up a loss and damage fund that will assist vulnerable countries to address the adverse impacts of climate change. So, loss, damage is going to be assessed. And then a fund is being created to assist the countries that suffer loss and damage as a result of climate change impacts. And so the question is also going to be, how are you going to assess that? But I think that will depend on each country to do so. And so agreement was reached to set up the fund. When we met in June in Bonn, one of the key issues was how to operationalize the loss and damage fund that has been set up. But to be able to do that, we also needed to identify an institution that will hold the fund and operate it. That was a problem. We couldn't agree on an institution. We had, I think, about three. The Caribbean Development Bank was one of them. The United Nations Disaster Relief Organization is also one of them. And they were made sort of to bid for it, to present their proposals on how they are going to operate the loss and damage fund in order to make it operational. But we couldn't agree. So Africa is hoping that at the upcoming COP in Dubai, an institution would be selected where the loss and damage fund will be located. I believe that once that is done and the operational mechanism has also been agreed upon, then the fund is going to be operational. And I must say that it takes time, but hopefully we can do that in Dubai. So loss and damage, it was an achievement in Sharm el-Sheikh, but we need to set the process in motion and move it forward. And we are hoping that we can do it. Climate funds, finance. Again, this has been a major issue over the years. Article 4.7 of the convention states clearly that the developed countries shall provide financial support to the developing countries to enable them meet their commitments under their convention and to adapt to the adverse effects of climate change. Very simple, it's there. And the developed countries during the negotiations agreed that they will provide funding. But somehow, this has been difficult in coming. But I must say that a number of funding arrangements have been made. We established the Global Environment Facility to provide support to developing countries. Then also, with the latest one being the Green Climate Fund, which also provides. So there are funding institutions, but I must say that the funds available there are not enough. The Green Climate Fund is aiming at getting about 10 billion to support developing countries, but that is hard in coming. Sometimes countries pledge and they don't honor their pledge. Now, in 2009, in Copenhagen, it so happened that the negotiations were very difficult. And it was as if the conference was going to fail. So in order to save the conference, the developed countries got together. And they said, okay, we'll provide 10 billion to assist developing countries for the next 3 years. 10 billion a year, making 30 billion in 3 years. And that was even nowhere, and they couldn't honor it. And then they said that from 2020, we are going to provide 100 billion to support developing countries in their climate change actions. Sad to say, that 100 billion has also not materialized. We keep talking about it, and we've decided that we will not stop talking about it. It will remain on the agenda, and we will continue to pursue the developed countries to honor their promise of giving 100 billion to support developing countries. And the figures that we have now even indicate that that 100 billion will not be enough. It's running into trillions now. But at least an increase in funding will help developing countries to meet their commitments. At the conference in Sharm el-Sheikh, there was also a decision to invite the multilateral development banks to make more funding available to developed countries. Funding that is affordable, accessible, and necessary safeguards for developing countries in the context of the Climate Change Convention. I must say that we are also aware that it is not easy getting money from these institutions that have been established. The funding is there. It may not be adequate, but I must say that a lot of African countries and the least developed countries are not able to develop projects that can be accepted by the financial institutions to provide the support they need. And I think this is one area that Africa needs to enhance its capacity, to be able to prepare projects that can meet the mark of these institutions so that we can get the funds we need. An application may be submitted this year, but before it goes through the process, it may be another 3 years before the funding becomes available. Sometimes this depends on the lack of capacity. So let's do our homework. Let's build our capacity so that we can prepare projects that will meet the standards of these institutions and get the funding that we need. So that is finance, and we are going to keep hammering on that in Dubai. And then the global stocktake, and I've touched on that briefly. The global stocktake, a central part of the Paris Agreement, is mandated by Article 14 to offer a critical opportunity for the world to assess the state of implementation since it entered into force and address the gaps across all elements of climate action. And I think this is vital. We can't go on without assessing whether we are moving forward or we are moving backwards. And so this year is going to be critical. And the assessment, as I said, it began in June and it's going to end in December in Sharm el-Sheikh, because that is what the Paris Agreement has mandated. And the areas they are going to look at includes adaptation, loss and damage, mitigation, and means of implementation, with a particular emphasis on equity. And so they are going to look at these things. Mitigation, how are we doing? Adaptation, how are we doing? Loss and damage. We look at all these issues critically, and then we decide what are the next steps? What should we do to enable us to achieve the objective of the Paris Agreement? And so Africa is saying the global stocktake process should reflect an integrated and balanced view of climate actions, recognizing the need for proportionate responses in each area. So we want mitigation and adaptation to be looked at in a balanced manner, so that at least each country will know what to do. There's also the question of just transition pathways. Africa calls for adoption of an ambitious decision under the work program on just transition pathways that operationalize equity in the pathways for mitigation, again, adaptation, and finance under the Paris Agreement, and is cognizant of the continent's current needs and circumstances. So yes, just transition. We want to make transition in a number of ways. There's energy transition and other areas, but we are saying that it should be in accordance with equity, in accordance with our ability to do things. And this should ensure a fair and equitable shift to a low carbon and climate resilient development. So just transition is needed. Okay, now there's one thing that Africa has been fighting for quite some time. We have tried to get on the agenda of the Paris Agreement the consideration of the special needs and circumstances of Africa. It first happened in Paris in 2015 at the adoption of the Paris Agreement. The African Ministers of Environment then proposed that the special needs and circumstances of Africa should be put on the agenda. Africa is the continent most vulnerable, the continent that has contributed the least, and the continent that is able to address the adverse impacts of climate change. And so the ministers made a case for it. And the IPCC reports have daunting findings, in particular regarding the continent of Africa. IPCC says Africa is and will be impacted more than any other continent. And the adverse effects of climate change is limiting Africa's economic and development trajectory, while the continent contributes less than 4% of the global total emissions. So it is quite clear, and we are saying that consider the special needs and circumstances of Africa. But it's been very difficult, because when we propose the special needs and circumstances of Africa to be put on the agenda, and we've been doing this since Katowice, and we've come against obstacles. Other developing countries, notably the Latin American countries, and some of the small island states have also come out to say that we also have special needs and circumstances. Why do you single out Africa? But the evidence is there that Africa is the continent most vulnerable, contributes little, and is most adversely affected. But we are not giving up. We will still keep up, hoping that the special needs and circumstances be taken into account when decisions are taken by the COP. We're also going to propose that mitigation, ambition, and implementation should be enhanced. Somehow, it looks as if the developed countries are relaxed in their mitigation efforts. Why? Okay. Thanks. About to conclude. It will look as if emissions from the developed countries is increasing. I'll give you a few examples. As a result of the Ukraine-Russian war, developed countries, some of them who depend on coal, who depended on coal and are shifting from coal, are going back to coal. Australia, United Kingdom, Germany, United States, they are going back to coal. And coal is the worst emitter of all. And then fossil fuel, oil. Now, instead of shifting to renewable forms of energy, they are going back and exploring it the more. And what they are doing is going to lead to an increase in emissions. So we are going to tell them that they need to get their act together and reduce emissions. Touched on mitigation. Let me conclude with agriculture. It took a while to get agriculture on the agenda. Africa kept arguing that, look, for us, the impact of climate change on agriculture is quite serious. Climate change is affecting our soils, it is affecting our forests, it's affecting food production and food security. And as a result, we want this also to be seriously considered. The discussion is going on. It hasn't moved very well, but we hope that with time, agriculture would also become a major issue. Just last week, I was at a workshop in Lilongwe in Malawi. And there is an initiative to get health onto the climate change agenda. So the workshop considered climate change and health. And I think it should be serious for us in Africa. And so we're going to start. It's not going to be easy. It takes time. But just as agriculture has been accepted, we think that for Africa, health impacts should also be considered. And the initiative has started. The awareness is being created. And hopefully, one day, sometime, it will also get on the agenda. So as we go into the COP, these are the priorities that we have for Africa. Let me say that we have to negotiate. And the negotiation is never easy. But I think with time, the African group of negotiators have come a long way. They've been doing very well in the negotiations. The positions of Africa are recognized, and we hope that among these priorities, if we don't get all, we would at least get some of them out of the COP in Dubai. Thank you.
I think Professor deserves a better clap. I'm here to come across another presenter who makes a presentation in the afternoon after such a heavy lunch. And nobody slept. I was observing, I was looking through, Professor, nobody slept. I think people are really, really following your very natural, presentation. And thank you so very much for those updates. At least now members are clear about where we are heading and how the Africa Group of Negotiators is actually headed in terms of the negotiations in the upcoming Conference of Parties in Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we want to open the floor because I'm sure there could be some questions coming, and I can already see Honorable Wada raising her hand. And then Chakri. Chakri has been raising his hand since yesterday. We've not given him an opportunity. So we are going to have Honorable Wada and then Said Chakri, all the way from Morocco. And then number 3, we have Eugene Nfogwa, all the way from Yaoundé, Cameroon. And then we are going to have Mamoudou Wadriago from Weguya, Burkina Faso. And then we have my brother, made me your name? Yeah. Usman from Mali. And then we have my sister seated at the right corner. Elizabeth, yes. Elizabeth. All right. Maybe we can just first have those 6 questions. And we're going to start with Honorable Wada. Kaidre, when you ask your question, don't give the background to the question, Kaidre. Just go straight so that we give other people opportunity to also ask their questions. Thank you. Honorable, you may take the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor. We really enjoyed, and I always enjoy your participation and your very informative participation. Professor, there is a concern about the global finance. You said that we need to build our capacity as African. I don't know really, don't we have people who are able, or we are just not committed? Because for me, frankly speaking, I think we have people who can do this. And maybe also there is conflict of interest because you are asking finance from the developed world to do some things which might interfere with, politics is about interest. So I'm not very sure that it's us not having the capacity. I think it's something which have a conflict of interest there. So we have to be really very careful because our people has been there asking funds from the World Bank, from all these things are very, not that really rocket science, so that in the whole Africa, you don't have somebody who is capable of doing this or some people. The other thing, even before you mentioned Britain, I was really putting this question down because one of the MPs in IALA was really having a point of arguing that, okay, we are going green, we are going clean. We are the one who are cleaning the mess of some people on somebody else. Why don't we go for the industry of the coal so that we develop and make our people to be resilient? Now you see when the things were not okay with them, they went back without even considering what will we say, because whatever we are saying is just talk. We can't put sanction. Let me give you an example. The East African community banned the importation of second-hand cloth. You know what happened? It's only Rwanda who really stick on it because the other countries were really threatened. And they have to, they were threatened that, we will not, where will we dump our second-hand cloth? You see, it's really not fair. And right now, the other, I had Uganda, your country now, I think they're going for ban. They have banned, but the enforcement, because the bulk of even the second-hand clothes are still there. And now our friends from the other world are still are starting complaining, where are we dumping? How come, how dare that you say you don't have to receive our second-hand cloth? So we have really, I think, to be united and have, as we said, we have a common position because they are doing very good job, the negotiators. Let them also, like our ministers, those who have the decision making, have that really the power,
Because in negotiation, if you have a case and you have the facts, I think your argument will be built. But if you don't have the facts and you can't even argue, it's like when we debate. If I debate, I don't debate on facts, I will just be saying anything and you can't draw anything from, or you can't get a resolution from what I'm saying. But if I'm building facts, okay, and I'm negotiating really out of those facts, I think we can reach and get something from this COP, because it's really not good that every time we go and we come when we are not satisfied because we didn't do our homework. And I appreciate Pakja and everyone here, because this is the homework which we should do. Though when we go home, we are really very busy, but we have to be engaged till we reach the COP28 and we get something tangible, because Africa can't be a dumping ground. Africa can't be somebody who's cleaning a mess of somebody else. I thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you, Honorable Order. I don't even want to recap what you said. I think Professor got that very well. Said Chakri.
Merci, cher ami Charles, de m'avoir donné la parole. Merci au professeur de son intervention éminente. Je vais directement à ce qu'il a dit le professeur et je pose la question suivante. Est-ce que vous n'avez pas assez mis de priorité pour la COP28? Parce que, c'est bon?
Excuse me, Chakri, we are sorting a technical hitch here because Professor needs to hear what you're saying. Try again.
C'est bon, c'est bon. Donc, je remercie Charles de m'avoir donné la parole. Je remercie aussi le professeur de cette éminente présentation. Moi, je vais directement à ce qu'il a présenté. Concernant les priorités, vous avez cité les priorités qu'on connaît tous, bien sûr, mais vous ne pensez pas que nous avons, comme Africains, assez de priorités. Parce que si on prend une seule priorité, par exemple l'adaptation, on va avoir énormément de défis, notamment l'objectif global de l'adaptation, notamment le doublement de finances de l'adaptation, notamment les pertes et dommages. Donc tout ça, ça nécessite quand même une équipe de négociateurs. Et vous savez, professeur, qu'un des grands problèmes de négociation pour l'Afrique, c'est que nous n'avons pas un potentiel humain qui suit toutes ces négociations. Je vous donne l'exemple concret. Les pays riches viennent avec un staff, avec des experts et avec même des entreprises privées, et ils défendent leur position, alors que nous, Africains, parfois, il n'y a même pas un représentant par pays pour ce sujet. C'est la première question. Deuxième chose, n'est-il pas notre faute aussi pour la question d'adaptation? Parce qu'un des grands problèmes sur lesquels, surtout les pays riches, se cachent, c'est que nous n'avons pas une métrique pour l'adaptation. Et l'objectif global de l'adaptation, on ne peut pas défendre cet objectif global tant on ne peut pas avoir une métrique de l'adaptation. Et malheureusement, nous avons une initiative, vous le connaissez, professeur, nous avons une initiative africaine de l'adaptation. N'est-il pas juste que cette initiative au moins élabore une méthodologie pour calculer cette question d'adaptation? Dernière chose, et je termine par ça, ce matin, vous avez parlé surtout de certaines suggestions, surtout pour nos partenaires. Je pense qu'un des grands problèmes pour nous, Africains, c'est l'accès aux finances, au financement, surtout climat. Et si vous regardez tout ce qui est distribué dans ce cas-là, c'est un peu difficile. La suggestion que je propose, moi je suis Saïd Chakri du Maroc, de Pakja, focal point de Pakja au Maroc, on suggère que c'est tant que pour l'Afrique a un fonds de climat africain. Et ce fonds-là, il peut, à travers ce fonds, drainer de l'argent international parce que, comme nous avons problème de négociation, nous avons aussi problème de drainer de l'argent. Nous n'avons pas de compétences pour avoir de l'argent. Voilà ce que j'aimerais bien. Je te remercie encore, Charles.
Merci beaucoup, M. Saïd Chakri. Avec, donc, we go to Eugene now.
Charles. Okay, thanks very much, Prof, for, as usually, very insightful presentation. Very recently, we're hearing what we think is a new narrative emerging, especially from the African continent. Continue to enter these negotiations as a victim, but that Africa needs to present itself also as a provider of solutions. But fundamentally, as you would agree with me, Africa is a victim. How does this new narrative change the way Africa positions itself in the global negotiations? Are there, to drill down the question a little bit, is this an advantageous, a positive way of advancing, or does it have risks that we need to be careful about and properly calibrate or recalibrate our engagement with the global processes to address the climate crisis? And I think my second question is related, which is the new appeal of what we had already condemned as a false solution, which is the market mechanisms on the continent as a way to raise climate finance, principally. What risks does this have for the African position and the argument that people like you have been making for centuries? Thank you. For decades, not centuries.
Thank you, Eugene. We go to Mamoudou or Diego.
D'accord, merci bien. À la suite de mes prédécesseurs, je suis Mamoudou Ouedraogo, Padia, Burkina Faso. Alors, je disais à la suite de mes prédécesseurs, je tiens à remercier Padia qui a pensé à insérer un professeur dans ce panel, parce que à chaque fois que nous avons l'occasion, c'est vraiment des occasions d'apprendre beaucoup. Et aujourd'hui, nous avons appris comme d'habitude également. Alors, professeur, dans les priorités que vous avez évoquées, il y a la question des pertes et préjudices climatiques. Alors, nous avons tous applaudi à Charles-Manchek la décision donc, de la COP de considérer donc, les pertes et préjudices. Et maintenant, c'est d'abord une promesse politique qui demande à être documentée. Et nous devons ensemble produire, comment on appelle ça, un document qui va gouverner les pertes et préjudices. Alors, ma question est de savoir, est-ce qu'au stade actuel, l'Afrique a sa définition de ce qu'est perte et préjudice climatique? Ça, c'est ma première question. Et la question aussi de savoir par rapport au financement climatique, est-ce que nous avons une définition claire, consensuelle, adoptée de ce qu'est financement climatique? Relativement aux pertes et préjudices, au niveau du Burkina Faso, nous avons eu l'occasion, avant la COP 27, dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre, conduit, j'allais dire, élaborer donc une note conceptuelle, une note de plaidoyer sur les pertes et préjudices. Et maintenant, est-ce que l'inquiétude que nous avions en son temps, c'est que le financement des pertes, la mise en œuvre du financement des pertes et préjudices, pour certains, ils voudraient donner ça comme comment on appelle ça, les assurances, sous forme d'assurance. Et si c'est sous ce format, j'avoue que les ressources risquent de repartir vers les pays développés qui ont beaucoup plus de capacité à assurer, par exemple, comment on appelle ça, ces assurances-là. Donc, du coup, c'est des inquiétudes. C'est pourquoi je voudrais savoir, est-ce que l'Afrique a sa définition? Cela va nous épargner de beaucoup. Également, savoir est-ce que le document qui est en train d'être élaboré est déjà prêt pour que nous puissions aller à la COP 28 avec des propositions précises. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Mamadou Adriago. Now we go to Osman and then Elizabeth. And Kaidri, take 1 minute each. Kaidri, maximum, so that Professor can have enough time to respond to all those questions. Osman here. Kaidri, give me the mic.
Ok, merci. Donc, j'ai écouté les interventions du professeur avec beaucoup d'intérêt. Et la plupart de mes questions ont été posées par les intervenants. Et malgré cela, j'ai quelques préoccupations. Et d'abord, moi, je voudrais rappeler que nous sommes d'accord avec nos collègues qui n'ont pas pu effectuer le déplacement compte tenu des situations d'insécurité dans leur pays, notamment nos frères du Niger et du Gabon qui n'ont pas pu effectuer le déplacement. Donc, et nous sommes vraiment d'accord avec eux. Donc, professeur, merci pour la qualité de la présentation. Et moi, je voudrais savoir, parce que vous avez parlé des priorités. Dans les priorités, je n'ai pas attendu la sécurité. Moi, je pense que la sécurité aujourd'hui est une priorité parce que nous ne pouvons pas développer les projets d'adaptation dans les zones en conflit. Et maintenant, et concrètement, moi, je voudrais savoir quand est-ce que la question sécuritaire va vraiment être une priorité pour les négociateurs africains, parce que les bailleurs qui font les négociations, ce sont les mêmes acteurs qui sont derrière les instabilités dans les différentes régions. Et ça, c'est ma première question. L'autre aspect, ça, c'est la prise en compte des droits des enfants. Je suis content qu'il y ait une rencontre entre la santé et le changement climatique. Et la santé, c'est l'une des multitudes de droits pour les enfants qui sont mis en cause avec le changement climatique. Donc, quand est-ce que les droits des enfants seront réellement pris en compte dans les négociations et par les pays africains? Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Elizabeth?
Thank you so much. My question relies on the finances and the indiscipline that most of the African leaders have around the finance. Now, Professor, you stated that during the COP28, the main focus is on the government officials. And as Africa, limit myself to Uganda as a country, we have an issue of African leaders being one of the most perpetrators of misuse of funds. So even if we get funds for adaptation and a number of things around climate change, how sure are we that these funds are actually going to be in position to, handle the matters around the subject matter? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. So, Professor, I think you'll combine some of the questions, like the finance questions, and check to see how you can be able to utilize a few minutes to answer those very, very critical questions. Welcome.
Thanks a lot for your questions. Let me say that the African group of negotiators have come a long way. I have been with them for a number of years. And I'm seeing considerable improvement in the way they negotiate. When this negotiation started, way back in 1992, 1990, we all thought that climate change was simply weather related. The earth is getting warmer. And so the meteorologists were the ones who were taking the measurements. And looking at the warming trend, UNEP also got involved. And let me give you a bit of history. Climate change began with the initiative of two African leaders. Dr. Mustafa Kemal Toba of Egypt, who was the executive director of UNEP at that time. And then Professor Obasi from Nigeria, who was the Secretary General of the World Meteorological Organization. So as I was saying, we all thought that it was going to be weather related and find out the warming trend. And so these two leaders came together, UNEP and WMO, and they decided that intensive research is needed. And this is what led eventually to the establishment of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which brought scientists, weather scientists from all over the globe to look at this issue and provide credible scientific basis for the decisions that were being taken. So initially, they were all scientists and diplomats. But over time, it became more complex. We began to look at its impact on economic development. We looked at energy. We looked at adaptation. So over time, the issues have evolved. The latest to evolve is the whole question of just transition. That is also occupying space. And so the evolution also requires that we get the right sort of people to negotiate. And those people are provided by governments. It's the negotiators who come from the governments who speak on behalf of Africa. And what we have been doing over the years is to enhance capacity and train people. Maybe some of you know already, the African group has been organizing training for young negotiators. Not too long ago, early this year, we also had a training session in Livingstone, in Zambia, for young ladies, with a view to grooming them, training them so that they can come into the negotiations. And there are some good, brilliant young people who have joined the process. And so capacity is being enhanced. And I think it will continue. So the African group, we have a challenge. It's negotiations. You have 194 countries negotiating. And then apart from these countries, we also have regional groups. The Association of Small Island States have come together. Africa, we speak together. The group of Latin American countries group together. The European Union and its member states have also grouped together. And so there are groups, all these groups negotiating for a good position for itself. And it makes negotiations quite difficult. But let me assure you that our negotiators are doing well. They are fighting for Africa. But sometimes the odds against them can be difficult. Like I was giving you an example of the African special needs and circumstances, where even within the developing countries, there was no agreement. So negotiations. Okay, we had the first question about funding. I'm not saying completely that the capacity is not there, but it's low. And that's why in our countries, we need to enhance capacity to access funds. Sometimes, because of lack of capacity, we are compelled to go for external consultants. Let me give you one basic example. When the nationally determined contributions was accepted as part of the Paris Agreement, and each country was required to prepare a document on how it is going to contribute to addressing climate change at the global level. We had to go home and prepare, but the skill and the expertise was not there. And so some African countries had to depend on foreign donors to provide them with experts who came and prepared our NDCs and did a lot of damage because they did not understand what the local situation was. In some cases, they projected a higher level of emission reduction, which was not our priority. So these are some of the, when I say lack of capacity, it's not across the board, but we could do better in order to be able to assess the funding available. Resilience, well, again, dumping of certain things on Africa. I think at the end of the day, we also have to be looking in and see how we can address some of these things. Definitely, for money reasons, they would like to dump certain things on us, but we decide, what do we want? Some years back, let me just go back a little. I was negotiating for Ghana on control of pesticides. And during the negotiations, it so happened that we wanted to introduce what we call prior informed consent. That before a chemical, a pesticide is exported to our country, we want to know, the government must know, because some of these chemicals were banned or severely restricted in their countries of origin. And if you don't like it, why do you export it to us? But maybe those importing it were not aware that you have severely restricted it or banned it. And so we said, look, we need prior informed consent. It was not easy because this was business for them. And so what I'm saying is that we ought to look at things from our own perspective and enhance our capacity and not accept anything that is dumped on us, or even if it is free and it's not good for us. So yes, build resilience within to be able to make our own decisions as to what we want and what we don't want. Shukri, our priorities, yes. Well, Africa, we agree. There might be other priorities evolving over time. As I'm saying, now it is getting to the attention of Africa that we need to look at the impacts of climate change on health. Soon, this will become a priority. But meanwhile, we will have to work and make sure that we get it on to the agenda before it can be discussed. And it doesn't come easily. So again, but we have priorities, and I think we should continue to fight for those priorities, because as I said, loss and damage dates back a long way, but it's in Sharm el-Sheikh that a decision was finally taken to set up a fund. And so gradually, step by step, we'll get there. It may not be as fast as we wanted it, but we will still get there. Julius, well, again, I think Africa can provide, we ought to look for our own internally determined solutions. We cannot depend on the developed countries to provide solutions for us. And I think, again, to a very large extent, Africa is preparing gradually. We have institutions, scientific institutions, which we call upon to advise and to direct. There are Africans also within the IPCC process who are also making contributions towards the whole process. So yes, I think we should be looking ahead, not consider ourselves so much as victims, but looking for solutions that fit our own environment and our own conditions. And this is how we want, I believe, to look at it. Market mechanisms, it's a double-edged sword. looking at the CDM, for instance, we had countries that said they were going to assist developing countries to meet their needs by coming to implement projects in those countries, and then they take the credit for it. A country like Japan was saying that, look, they have reduced their emissions to such a level that they don't think they can reduce it anymore. So the market mechanisms were introduced to enable them meet their commitments offshore. It may not be the best, but at that time, this is what we thought. You had to look at their conditions and also look at our conditions as well. So market mechanism, some countries are benefiting from it. It may not be to the extent that we want. And in fact, we have to fight for it. We have to bargain. They come to you with $2 million. And what is it? When you can get more for it. So again, it depends on bargaining power and how we bargain. Odrago, loss and damage, we are still on. In fact, as I speak, I think there is a meeting going on in the Dominican Republic where the transition team is meeting to work out the details. And from the reports that I've read, African negotiators are doing well with the hope of getting the best for Africa. And I think Africa has a clear position when it comes to loss and damage. You know, I said we've come a long way. During the negotiations, the whole question of compensation was discussed. But the developed countries say that, don't talk about compensation. Let's see how we can assist you with loss and damage, but don't ask us to compensate you for loss and damage. And in fact, they ended up getting into the adopting decision for the Paris Agreement that loss and damage will not involve compensation or liability. And so the ongoing discussions are there. But I think, as I said earlier, the stage at which we are now is to identify an institution, an institutional location for the loss and damage fund. And I think once that has been decided, we should be able to move on. Osman, security, it's going to be very difficult to get it on to the agenda. There's one issue, human rights, for instance, found its way into the preamble of the Paris Agreement, but it is being interpreted in ways no one expected. Sexual orientation has dragged in to human rights. And sometimes they talk about it during the negotiations. So again, security, whilst it may be relevant for us, is going to be opening a Pandora's box as to how you address security. Yes, we have food security. That one we can talk about it specifically. But security per se, I think is going to be quite a challenge. I hope I've tried to address the key issues. I'm sorry if I've missed something out.
Thank you so much. We are really very privileged to have you, Professor. And I think we go home a little bit wiser, you know, particularly regarding the COP negotiations and where we are headed as a continent. So thank you so much, Professor, for being with us. Prof is not going anywhere. Tomorrow he's together with us, you know, to cover yet another very, very interesting, you know, conversation. So thank you so much, Professor. Now, we have 3 more sessions to go. I'm not sure that is a very genuine crowd. Anyway, I'm guided by our Pan-African Parliament Secretariat, that people traveled from far and wide. Others arrived very, very late in the evening, some almost this morning. And therefore, it's not really a honorable thing to keep a honorable member of Parliament, here longer than we have done, considering the fact that people have been traveled really and arrived very, very late at night. So therefore, I'm guided by my sister, Dr. Didi, that session where we will have a plenary regarding how do we take, the resolutions, or should I say, resolutions and recommendations forward, that has been deferred to tomorrow for a good reason, because the Secretariat is actually working on some statement that is supposed to inform the Africa Climate Summit. And because they are working on that particular document, of course, together with the PACJA Secretariat, it will be very good because the details that are being picked here, the points that are being picked, from this conversation are informing that particular document as we are talking. Tomorrow, as we go through the plenary, then we'll also probably be able to go through that document, even as we discuss the model law. So I'm only communicating that as communicated by PAP Secretariat. So I'm only speaking on their behalf. And therefore, that session we've just done is really the last session, for the day. I don't know whether did you want to make an announcement, even as we guide people around how tomorrow will be. The way tomorrow is designed is that we are launching the Climate Change and Development for Africa Conference, CCDA. And you heard from Dr. Morobezi in the morning. So this workshop or this conference or this summit was organized in such a way that the members of Parliament and all of us indeed will be able to partake, of course, in the first half of tomorrow, the launch and a few more sessions, so that we'll convene here in the afternoon to discuss now the model law. So that is how it's structured. And to make sure that we also maximize on the opportunity that the parliamentarians are also here, so that they also participate in the CCDA, especially in the first sessions. So that is what I was guided, or how I was guided by the Secretariat, and I'm only also communicating that in that regard. I don't know whether there's any other announcement, probably, Febe or Didi, if you want to make. All right, thank you so much. So they're saying that I've ably represented them and communicated what I was guided, to mention. So therefore, I don't have the powers to dismiss the parliamentarians, and through the Secretariat, may I request our head of delegation, Senator Bideri, to dismiss us, because I have no powers really to dismiss the parliamentarians. I don't have those powers. So Kaidri, I beg that you probably come and dismiss us for the day, and we gather again tomorrow. Thank you so much. Just come for Senator Bideri. Yes, he come forward.
Good evening, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen. I'll make it short. By the powers vested in me, I declare this workshop closed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Transport is arranged just the way you came. So PACJA Secretariat will organize how you'll be taken back to your hotels, and again, how you'll be picked up tomorrow morning. Thank you so much. Have a good evening.